and remain standing for invocation from Councilmember Tiswell. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father God, as a community, let us come together with a shared commitment toward integrity and justice. Drawing strength from our unity, faith, and diversity, let's ensure our decisions reflect the values of compassion and inclusivity. Together, may we steer our city toward a future of fairness and resilience. Amen.
Thank you, everyone. Tony, can you read the roll call?
Councilmember Shaw. Here. Gulick.
Here.
Neese.
Present.
Owen.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Kennedy.
Here.
Aspenleiter.
Here.
Tidswell.
Here.
Hoyette.
Here.
Rupsis.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
He's excused to be here in about a half hour to 45 minutes. The minutes for April 22nd, 2024. Anyone? Councilman Shaw?
I move to approve the minutes of April 22nd, 2024.
Second by Councilman Gulick. Any questions? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Minutes pass. Courtesies tonight. We have the AmeriCorps National Civic Community Corps Team Introduction by Tam Rodier.
Thank you. I am really excited, and city staff is very happy to share some exciting news with you this evening. The Community Development Division and the Parks Department have joined forces to engage in AmeriCorps National Civilian Community Corps, also known as NCCC, team that will be assisting with various projects. The team traveled from NCCC Pacific Region Headquarters in Sacramento, California. The 7-member team, Gold 6, arrived in Billings on April 27th, and they will serve with the city of Billings through June 14th. This is the city's first adventure with NCCC, but we are very hopeful that we'll be able to annually engage NCCC teams going forward. The NCCC program was founded in 1993 and engages 18 to 26-year-olds in team-based residential community service projects across the United States. Each year, approximately 2,200 individuals, representative of all colors, creeds, states, and economic statuses, are chosen to serve in one of 4 regions covering all 50 states and 5 territories. NCCC's mission is to strengthen communities and develop leaders through direct, team-based national and community service. Each year, NCCC members complete a total of over 1.2 million service hours across hundreds of projects in areas of disaster response, infrastructure improvement, environmental conservation, energy conservation, and urban and rural development. NCCC Team Gold 6 will assist the Community Development Division by installing xeriscaping at a foreclosure acquisition rehab program property, and will assist the Parks Department in accomplishing projects at the Amen Community Garden, removing buckthorn at Riverfront Park, helping with Arbor Day events at North Park and Riverfront Park, doing trail maintenance at Phipps Park, and other park improvement projects. 2 AmeriCorps Montana Conservation Corps members are also assisting with these projects. So now I'd like to invite the team members and the MCC members to introduce themselves to you and tell you a little bit more about their service. If you want to just line up.
Hello, my name is Connor Hill. I am Gold 6's team leader. Originally, I come from Tamako, Pennsylvania, quite a ways away from home. Out here, the team has since done 2 previous deployments. We've worked in Portland, just outside the city, working with the nonprofit Affordable Housing Corporation. And then, not too long ago, we just spent around 3 months in Yosemite doing fire break, creating fire breaks on residential homes and trail maintenance right outside the national park. Yeah. You want to go? Yeah, sure. Cool.
Hi, I'm Xavier. I'm one of the vehicle safety and tools. I'm new to this team, and what I previously did was work with the food bank down in Stockton and also in Portland, where I helped a housing corporation. And I'm originally from Minnesota. So.
Hello, my name is Crude Childress. I am one of the health and wellness coordinators of G6. I'm originally from Texas, and yeah, that's it.
My name is Colvin Rodriguez. I'm from Louisiana. I'm the other vehicle person.
Hi, my name is Clementine Gottschalk. I'm from Houston, Texas, and I'm the only other health and wellness coordinator on our team.
My name is Jace Say. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm one of the assistant team leaders, but I'm also a community relations representative. And we have another member who's not here today because he's sick, but his name is Gabriel Lettergardella, and he's also oh my gosh, he has a lot of roles. He's the assistant team leader, the Life After AmeriCorps representative, which is a person who's going to help us figure out what we want to do after AmeriCorps ends. And then he's also, well, he has another role that helps us get volunteer hours. So yeah.
And I'm Olivia Schwartz. I'm one of the 2 MCC members here serving in Billings with Billings Parks and Rec. My coworker and I have been serving here for 5 months now, and we'll be on an 11-month term total. So we'll end in November. And so we're in charge of a lot of horticultural and park improvement projects as well. Hi, I'm Erica. I think Olivia summed it up very well. We're also with Big Sky Watershed, and so we're doing a lot of water quality testing in the area as well. But that's about it.
Well, thank you. Would you folks like to come up and have your picture taken with us? Come on up. Come on up, right in front here. Just line up along here.
Got it.
So where in Louisiana are you from? Where in Louisiana are you from?
I'm from Leesville, around the. So it's about the So it's about mid-central. It's a little bit to the west. We're about an hour away from Texas. It's like I said, it's a small little town, but it's linked to a bigger place, Fort Polk. I think they changed the name now, but it was known as Fort Polk for a while.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. For courtesies tonight, the mayor wasn't here, so he gave it to me. And this is really a good one because I was one of these once. There are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Billings Police Department. Since the first recorded death in 1786, there are currently 24,067 law enforcement officers in the United States who have given the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty, including 4 members of the Billings Police Department. The names of these dedicated public servants are engraved in the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. 282 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 118 officers killed in 2023 and 164 officers killed the previous years. The service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13th, 2024. National Police Week, which will be observed between May 10th and May 16th. May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and families, and the U.S. flags will be flown at half-staff. Therefore, I, Mike Boyette, Deputy Mayor of the City of Billings, will observe May 16th through May 16th, 2024 as National Police Week. Good one. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Council reports. Any reports outside? Mr. Kennedy.
Deputy Mayor, Chris Kurkowski and I met with a fencing company last week to address non-compliant fences on site distances, and as we did that, I will be setting up a meeting, and we will be working to look at the code ordinance and how we can make the ordinance work, and talk about possible grandfathering and a safety issue. Chris, anything to add to that? Okay, thank you.
Any other council reports? Okay. Administrative reports. Chris, anything new with you?
I'll be brief, but just 3 items here. So item 5 of the agenda tonight is the MOU for the short-term jail facility. As you're well aware, that was added late last week in an adjustment to the agenda. So just want to flag that for folks. Anybody who maybe pulled the packet on the normal Monday wouldn't have seen it there, but I think it was Wednesday or Thursday morning when we got that added, and it is added to all the packet material online. The second item, I just wanted to flag, no ex parte communication for tonight, and then just a reminder that next Monday and Tuesday are our third and fourth budget work session conversations. So both for you that I'm certain you have on your calendar, but for the public to know, we'll be here same time, same place, both next Monday and Tuesday, working through the budget items that we did not discuss last Monday and Tuesday.
So, Chris, when will those packets go out for?
They should go out late this week. And those will be the presentations. As far as the budget goes, you have the budget book itself. So anything that we would send out later this week will be the presentation or any additional material.
Now is the time for public comment on non-public hearing items. So this evening, it's on items number 1 and 5. We do have an agenda up on the little counter back there. If you wish to speak about items number 1 and number 5, because there is no public hearing, now is your opportunity to come forward. So anyone would like to speak on items number 1 or number 5, please come forward. Please give us your name and at about 3 minutes.
Yeah. I'm Allie Pastora. I'm at 1035 Avenue F. I like to comment on the foreclosure rehab, item H. And I'm a part of the CD board, the Community Development Board. And I would just like the mayor and council to support this initiative to raise contract limits to compete with higher construction costs of the post-COVID era and preserve the foreclosure acquisition rehab program. This simply just needs to be addressed. We have to have licensed and affordable repairs done to prevent prolonging turnover times. The other item I would just like to comment as a citizen is on the two-way street conversion. This is awesome. I'm glad you guys are moving towards two-way streets. It gets more eyes on the sidewalks. It promotes like accessibility to the businesses adjacent to them. And you know, what people are gonna realize is not that you cut the budget or things like that. They're gonna realize the people are coming into downtown because you changed the environment. You made those streets more complete. There's more people flocking to those desirable areas. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Do I need to sign it up here?
Hello, Council. My name is Rebecca Knoll. I live at 1109 Lewis. I am the chair of the Community Development Board for the City of Billings. I wanted to come tonight and just take a moment to let you guys know what our goals are for the program of foreclosure acquisition and rehab for the city. Our board sees this as an effective way for the city to utilize federal funding to preserve the affordable housing inventory within the city of Billings. And in doing that, we contribute to the stabilization of neighborhoods, the decrease of neighborhood blight, and also the decrease in churn that happens in our public school systems when the kids of renters come and go from neighborhoods across our city. Our board sees this as a way for citizens in Billings to establish wealth, and particularly intergenerational wealth. And so with those things in mind, I would urge you all to support agenda items 1A1 and 1H. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Council. My name is Blake Warlick. My address is 2511 First Avenue North, which is downtown. I'm one of the co-owners of Stella's Kitchen and Bakery and the Clock Tower Inn, as well as the general manager of it and the bid chair of downtown. With regards to the two-way streets, as a business owner, I fully support this. It would be fantastic. I can assure you, people already drive two-way down 26th Street on a very daily basis. So it would just help us out, both in terms of getting people in downtown, because one of the comments we hear most as business owners is sometimes their reluctance to drive with downtown with one-way streets. It's confusing for people and it's intimidating for people. So I think removing that barrier would be helpful for downtown and would be helpful for businesses as well as just making a U-turn. You don't have to go down multiple blocks and then make the wrong turns. So with that, I just thank you guys very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julie Seedhouse. I live at 104 North Broadway in the Stapleton Building downtown. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the two-way conversion project. As Blake mentioned, I spend a lot of time downtown. Obviously, I live there. I dine there. I shop there. And I frequently see people going the wrong way on the one-way streets, and it's a little more than dangerous. And I won't name any names, but there's a lot of Wyoming cars that, and no offense to Wyoming. I really believe that alleviating the confusing one-ways will help make our downtown more navigatable. I think it will be a huge benefit for our downtown businesses and their visibility. I believe it will slow down traffic, which is a great thing, and will provide better visibility and safety for pedestrians and people on bikes, which we see a big influx of during this time of year, especially unless you're Ed and you're on your bike during blizzards, which I so admire. I just think that it would be such a benefit for all of the residents and the businesses to have that project go forward, and I appreciate your consideration for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hafer.
Mr. Deputy Mayor and Council, I would also like to speak to the two-way street conversion issue. The two-way street conversion idea is something that's been a downtown priority since the beginning of the planning for the framework plan in the mid-90s. So we're almost 30 years later. I didn't know if I was going to live long enough to see this happen, but I have to say that I'm ecstatic that this is on the agenda and we're close to potentially moving forward. So I really would like to see that happen. As a downtown business owner, I've worked downtown for 30 years. I've lived downtown for the last 15 or 16 years. I walk a lot downtown. It still frustrates me when I have to drive somewhere downtown because I don't necessarily think about the direction of the streets, and I invariably have to go further to get to where I'm going because of the one-way streets. The 29th and 30th Street conversions have already been amazing to me, and I can't wait to see it happen in the rest of downtown. So I urge you, please, pass this one and let's get it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is your time to come forward. Okay. We'll close the public comment and go to our special presentation. Is this up to you, Jeff?
It is. Thank you. Mr. Mayor and City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to update you on Billings Air Service development efforts. Thank you. I I'm Jeff Roach, the Director of Aviation and Transit for the City of Billings. These are the agenda items I'll be covering today in relation to our air service development efforts at BIL. Some statistics. In calendar year 2023, our passenger numbers were up at 840,000, but we're still not quite to the high we experienced in 2019. I believe that if we continue at the rate we are going today, we will exceed our 2019 numbers during calendar year 2024. We also remain the busiest air freight airport in the state, with more than 77 million pounds of air freight passing through the airport in 2023. So I have the construction update in here, and people often ask, why do you talk about construction when it comes to air service? Well, the first thing you have to do when you're looking at air service development is ensure that your infrastructure allows for expansion. We want to make sure that we have the facilities that the airlines need and the passengers expect when they travel through our airport and can handle an increase in our passenger numbers. So we have the ribbon cutting on our expansion project. There still remains some behind the scenes construction and fit and finish, but all of the operating areas that were expanded are now occupied. We have the capacity with our new terminal facility to handle increased numbers of passengers. We also now have room for more flights with 8 jet bridge gates, as well as upgauged aircraft, which is what's occurring within the domestic air carrier fleet in the United States. And I'll show you in a future slide what that looks like. Also, we're upgrading our major advertising areas in the baggage claim, what is often referred to as the phone board. We're bringing that up to date and expanding it. So we'll increase the amount of non-airline revenue that we generate at the airport. That's important because it helps us keep the costs per enplanement down, which encourages air carriers to come and serve our airport. Doesn't really impact the overall airfares. That's more of an issue with the carriers themselves and their costs. But it does encourage them to look at our airport seriously for expansion. We also have 2 significant airport projects that we're working on this summer. A 5th cargo slot. I mentioned that we are the busiest air freight airport in the state of Montana, and we want to remain that way by providing adequate facilities for expansion in our air cargo area. The current 4 air cargo slots are taken up by FedEx, has 2, and UPS has 2. And so we need to expand to provide an opportunity for another carrier to come in. We also have our airport access road to the east of the terminal, Aviation Place, that we're upgrading this year to increase the capacity for the businesses that are located in that area, and also to preserve the function of that facility. Inside the terminal, this is what the new expanded post-security area looks like. Many of you who've traveled through have seen what that looks like. This is the new expanded lobby entryway. We're receiving lots of positive comments on the look and feel of the terminal now with the expansion and updating of the facilities. The next step that we have will be looking at the front of the terminal, and that project will begin design in 2026. So many of you attended the ribbon cutting that we had that highlighted the completion of B Concourse. We now have Allegiant and Sun Country Airlines operating out of Gate B1. American is operating out of Gate B2, and United is operating out of Gate B3. Gate B4, like Gate A4, are common use gates that'll be used for transient carriers as well as for future expansion when new air carriers come in. Alaska and Delta remained down in the A concourse. This is what our air service market looks like, as well as our market performance for March of this year and July. We looked at March because March is typically our lowest, one of our lowest months in passenger numbers. July is typically our highest month for passenger numbers. As a 50-50 business traveler, tourism travel, airport, we're pretty flat across the year, but we do have some bumps with July, summer season, as well as the holiday season. And the bottom line, we're looking at, for the 6-month period of March through August of 24, we're up 18% capacity over a year ago. That is in the number of seats available through new flights, as well as upgauging of aircraft, providing more seats and more flight opportunities on existing routes. So what are we doing for air service development? Well, we have a number of efforts that we're working with our community partners, such as Visit Billings, Chamber of Commerce, Big Sky Economic Development, as well as the business community throughout Billings and the surrounding area. We're doing airline headquarters visits where we go back and talk with the network planning teams and have in-depth discussions about the benefits of operating out of Billings and sharing information and data with the air carriers. We attend a number of air service development conferences, most of which have a speed dating sessions with the air carriers where we spend about 20 minutes with each carrier giving a presentation where we cover a number of points about the community, the economics of operating out of Billings, as well as passenger data and future opportunities for each individual carrier. And then we also talk with air carriers at other conferences, such as our professional organization and trade association conferences that are held each year. I mentioned I was going to talk about upgauging of aircraft. This is a slide that United Airlines shared this spring at a conference that I attended that shows that in 2016, about 60% of United's flights were on regional jets. Those are 76-seaters. The regional jet that Alaska flies to Seattle is an example. And mainline carriers like the 737 or the 320, those were about 40%. You can see now in 2024, that's completely flipped. Carriers are now operating fewer of the regional jets and more of the mainline carriers. And it's about economics for the carrier. More passengers on an aircraft with the fixed costs of the aircrew, and then also the high cost of fuel today makes it much more economical for them to operate mainline aircraft for routes that will fill up or nearly fill a mainline aircraft. And in the future, they're even looking to expand their mainline fleet even greater. So it's important for us to understand what the industry is doing when it comes to aircraft and crew mix and the costs that they have to bear, so that we can help them by sharing data about passenger numbers and the facilities that we have to help them make the decision to come here. We also had our Small Community Air Service Development Grant that we received in September. We received a $1 million grant from USDOT with 0.75 million from the local community that was used as match. We cannot use airport-generated revenue to pay carriers to come to our community. So we partnered with our community partners who raised that match money to allow us to secure this grant. And we'll be using that to institute LAX or SFO, so San Francisco or LA service. Those are two of our top unserved markets. When I say unserved, I mean we don't have a direct flight to that market. Even though after we received this grant, Allegiant started on their own with a seasonal service to LAX, which I'll talk about in a minute. We haven't received any formal proposals, but we are in discussion with primarily the longstanding carriers like United, American, Delta, and Alaska. So here's our new air service that we are seeing at our airport that led to that 18% growth. So United started 4-a-day flights in March, which was much earlier than they have ever started their 4-a-day flights to Denver. They also put on their schedule a 5-a-day to Denver starting on May 16th. And so with that 5-a-day, that's 3,000 more seats that are going to be going out of here every month to Denver on United. And today they announced their winter schedule, and that 5-a-day will continue all the way through the end of December. So a lot of opportunities for additional seats and connectivity through Denver. Allegiant's coming in with their LAX service that I mentioned this week. Alaska's restarting their Portland service. That'll be daily service. There's no end date scheduled for that service, so that will be ongoing daily service. And then we have a new carrier, Sun Country, is coming out of Minneapolis with seasonal service twice a week starting June 19th. I talked about the importance of air cargo to our airport with the new cargo pad project. And so we're also reaching out to air cargo carriers and trying to encourage them to come to meet their air cargo needs for this region through Billings. And so we meet with them at air cargo conferences, other air carrier meetings, and every opportunity that we have to continue to network with them, just like we do with the passenger carriers, so that we can continue to build the airport revenue that'll help us into the future. And with that, that's a quick overview of our air service development efforts. I'm available to any questions you may have.
Wow, thank you very much, Jeff.
Certainly.
Let's start, go around, anybody, any questions? Councilman Neese?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the presentation. Which airline has actually the most flights coming in and out of Billings? Do you know?
The most flights?
Yeah.
Right now, it's actually our in-state carrier, which is Cape Air.
Sure.
They have 13 flights a day to 5 communities through the Essential Air Service Program. Those communities are in north central and eastern Montana. We have 5 communities, 13 flights a day, 365 days a year. Albeit smaller numbers, so they don't have the seat capacity that the other carriers have, but number of flight-wise, they are the top.
Okay.
We actually serve 46 destinations with all of the new routes that we have. 5 of those are in Montana.
Great, thank you.
Councilman Owen?
Thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. What right now do you see as the biggest barrier to expanding more commercial flights?
The biggest barrier right now is aircraft availability. So when I talk to air carriers, many of them have said, we would love to expand in Montana, we'd love to expand in Billings, but right now we just don't have the fleet for expansion. And a lot of that's due to Boeing's problems with the aircraft that I'm sure you've read about, but also Airbus is at capacity for their manufacturing, and they cannot meet the ongoing demand that they have for aircraft production as well. It used to be, we heard a lot about pilot shortage. Pilot shortage is worked itself out for the mainline carriers. Some of the regionals are still having issues with that, and of course the smaller carriers like Cape Air are the ones that are having the most difficulty. But that's really more about captain shortage in the pilot shortage, but right now it's aircraft availability. They'd like to have more service, but they don't have the fleet available.
Oh, that's interesting. So just as a follow-up, thinking about the new DOT regulations on passenger rights, how do we compare to competitor markets on things like cancellation? Is there anything about those sort of, automatic refund and all that might put us at a disadvantage or an advantage? Either way, is it going to impact, you think?
No, I don't think so. We don't see any significant difference over the rest of the nation when it comes to flight cancellations. So I really don't think that that's impacting our ability to expand our capacity here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anyone else? One question, I was up for your ribbon cutting and I see that they're remodeling the restaurant, the main restaurant. Can you talk about that?
So the post-security restaurant is all brand new, and as well as the bar and coffee shop. But the pre-security restaurant that in our contract, we maintained that restaurant as part of the contract. And so the concessionaire is going through and they're going to renovate that pre-security restaurant. They're going to relocate the bar over to the west wall and then realign some of the service that they have there. So it's easier for them to serve the pre-security customers that they have. And those customers are primarily, you see them during the primary meal times, because we have people that are coming to the airport actually to eat meals at the airport restaurant as well as passengers.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much, Jeff. That was very good.
Thank
Keep
you.
up good work. So item number 1 is consent agenda. Shall we start? I'm sure there's somebody that wants to do some separations. Councilman Epstein-Leyer.
Boy, you're kind of like Mr. Cole. You can't get my name quite right.
Epstein-Leyer.
I'd like to separate agenda item 1D for discussion and 1K in its entirety for purposes of recusal.
1D and 1K.
Yep. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we separate item 1, or A7.
Anyone else? Councilmember Owen.
Item H, please.
H. Okay. Have a full house. Anybody else? Okay. So, do we have a motion then, Councilman Gulick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I move to approve the items on the consent agenda as submitted, with the exception of items that have been moved for separation, which are item 1A7, 1D, 1G, 1H, and K, 1, 2, and 3. Not G. That is,
Yeah.
that's
so
right.
Chris-
The mayor is not here. He had suggested that be separated.
Yeah, so let's back up a second. Yes. I think, Chris, the mayor had mentioned that we need 3/4 of a vote on number G.
Yes, so that can be accomplished one of two ways. You could separate it, or
I think the best thing is to
I'll
separate
separate
G.
item 1G. All right. So, all right, so all right. We're in the middle of.
Is there a second, Councilman Owen? Okay, anyone else? Any questions? Want to talk about it? Is that sufficient? So, do we have all those in favor of yes, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passed. So we'll start with A7, 1A7, I think that was Councilmember Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know we've heard from people, and it's probably a great thing for the downtown area to try to do the two-way street. I think the amount of funding for the project, if we go in award today, it's $6.1 million. That construction contract will be $2.07 million out of street maintenance, 1.1 out of gas tax funds, and the 2.899, or almost 2.9, out of the downtown tax increment financing district. I think that's an awful lot of money, and we have a lot more items that have come up in the tax increment financing district. So at this time, I would make a motion that we go ahead and table item 7.
Is there a second? So, but tabling for how long are you planning on tabling it before we go any farther? Is this for a week, a month, 10 years?
Mr. Chairman, I would probably table it until next year.
Okay. Is there a second? Second, Councilman Owen. Let's have some discussion. Yes.
I actually have a question, Debbie. I don't know if you could maybe answer. So I think it is fair to say that there have been a significant number of concerns raised about the downtown TIF and the number of projects and commitments that are being made. So if this bid were, for the sake of argument, revised to just take out the TIF financing, what would get done if you left in the SMD and tax funds, gas tax?
So Councilmember Owen, we would chip seal and then we would do the ADA work and restripe everything. So it would look just like it does today, but be maintenance, basically, is what we would be doing.
So you could do the entire conversion, just not at the standard you'd like to?
No, we couldn't convert. So the TIF district is paying for all the conversion costs, so signals, any of the new signage, striping, anything that the conversion is the TIF district. So we're paying for all the maintenance and they're doing all the changes.
And is that because these sources of fund, the SMD and the gas tax, are not, the conversion would not be an eligible cost, or is that just the way you've set it up?
It would be an eligible cost if we wanted to. It was not prioritized when we did this, I don't know how many years ago. I'm looking at Katie, maybe she can help. But there's a lot of other projects that use the SMD and the gas tax. And so at the time, it just didn't rise to a priority using those funds.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, but maybe you're not getting what I'm saying. Could you do any portion of the conversion for the 3.1 that would be left? Like, could you do schedule 1 and 2 for, or just, schedule 2 and 3 or something? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. So as soon as you convert anything, the signals have to change, the signs have to change, everything has to change. None of those costs are in there. So for that $3.1 million, all we can do is chip seal and restripe. We could stripe it a two-way, but you can't do that without the signals and the signs.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Councilman Shaw was next.
Thank you. I'd like to put forward a substitute motion for approval of item 1A7.
Second is Councilman Rupsis. Okay, discussion.
Then I'd like to speak to it. So this has been in the works for quite a long time. It shouldn't surprise anybody that it's finally happening, but it's been championed by the DBA, all of our downtown businesses. I appreciate the comments. What we've seen already happen on North 29th and North 30th has been significant. There used to be a lot of vacant properties along there. They've really all filled in. I expect to see the same kind of economic development from converting the rest of these streets. Plus, it's just a lot easier to use. So I feel like we have a lot of conversations about this. The way that the funding is worked, in my understanding, is Debbie explained it better than I could, but the TIF is paying for the portion that would not necessarily have risen to the top for SMD funds and gas tax funds. That's going to happen no matter what, because we got to chip seal and replace those streets. Doesn't make sense to put this off and try and do this at some point in the future. We're going to end up spending a ton more money doing it that way. So it's kind of an all-in-one project. So I would urge us to pass it. Let's get this going.
Councilmember Joy was next. And then go
And
ahead.
Council, I just had a question for Ms. Easton about the quality of economic activity, commercial activity in the areas where there is conversion, because as you know, we went through a process of evaluation for creating a TIF that would have been separate. So what is the level of economic activity or the commercial activity in this area where the conversion would happen? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Katie Easton, I'm the CEO of the Downtown Billings Association. Councilmember Joy, I appreciate the question. I'd like to address it in a couple of different ways. When we visit downtown, you will know that we have several streets that have already been converted to two-way. Broadway has been a two-way street for some time. North 29th, North 30th have also been converted to two-way. The level of economic vitality on those streets is significantly visually different than what you would see on the remainder of our north-south, in particular, one-way streets. What we would love to be able to see is that when the other streets are converted to two-way, when 2nd and 3rd Avenues North are also converted to two-way, that they will also see some of that same economic vitality. The few vacancies that we actually have at the street level in downtown Billings, we have less than 20 currently within the tax increment financing district. That is a very, very low vacancy rate for a downtown of our size. The only vacancies that we really see are actually on the one-way streets still. I don't want to point out any specific buildings or property owners, but when we do talk about some of the locations that we have talked about, how do we fill these locations? How do we put a business in here? One of the complications that we see when we recruit new businesses is that businesses do not want to be on a one-way street. If they have a preference, they're always asking, is there a vacancy on Broadway? Is there a vacancy on 29th Street? The preference is to truly be on a two-way street. That is a visibility issue. That is a safety issue for clients coming in and out of their stores. That is accessibility, as Mr. Warlick spoke to. When we talk about getting people in and out of downtown easily, sometimes that is deterred by the one-way street conversion. So we would hope to be able to see the same vitality that you see on Broadway, on 29th, on 30th with these other two-way conversions.
I forgot, it's Councilman Absenleiter before Councilman Gulick.
We'll go with Scott tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question actually for Kevin around the TIF. And specifically what I'm looking to understand is, I mean, we saw that TIF breakdown when we looked at the application for purchase of City Hall and the project by Mr. Cape. And what I'm wondering, and I can't remember off the top of my head, was this $2.9 million built into the TIF when that was in consideration?
Yes. There was a number, I can't tell you to the dollar. I think this rebidding, the first time we opened bids, they were higher. This one, I believe, comes within the number that we had plugged for the maintenance and the conversion. So that budget anticipated this project. And in fact, the agreement specifically outlined, because of this project, some level of flexibility with the Hotel Cape Honaker agreement, that if this project came in over, that would be a reality that may have an impact on their ultimate. But this project is the budget scope that we plugged in, and therefore it's not negatively affecting the spreadsheet, other than to say the spreadsheet essentially zeroes out, in 2026 or so.
Mr. Boyd, a follow-up, please. So just to be clear, the $2.9 million that is in this request is equal to or less than what was in that spreadsheet that was presented to us when we considered the Honaker Cape proposal. Is that accurate?
I believe it is equal to. I'll try to pull it up here, but I believe that it is within our estimate for the project. And therefore doesn't kick us into some additional, what else do we need to change about a budget in order to honor the commitments that we have to date.
Councilman Gulick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess I'd like to have Katie come back up, but just could you speak to, has this been a priority for the downtown for a while? And what sort of indication has there been that's been a priority? And yeah.
Mayor and Council, thank you, Councilmember Gulick. I appreciate that question. We have had two-way streets in the downtown strategic plan since the framework plan, which was issued in 1997. We then went along with that framework strategic plan until 2018, when we did issue the Downtown Billings Strategic Plan of 2018. That also reconfirmed the need for two-way street conversions. Additionally, several different reports, transportation reports, have been done by the City of Billings, by the engineering department, all indicating that the positive benefit of converting one-way streets back to two-way streets would be beneficial for economic vitality, safety, all of the things that have been spoken of before. So we have very literally been working on this project for, for nearly 40 years.
And follow up, so the board also, you don't have the final say on the TIF where it will get spent, but you have proposed where it's spent, and so TIF funds have been a priority for this project.
Councilmember Gulick, yes, they have been prioritized for this project. We actually have had this written into our budget within the tax increment financing district, and the forecast that we utilize along with Andy's help and with our board, really for probably close to 3 years now. We've been planning for this. Even ahead of the 29th and 30th conversions, we have been planning for this. The 29th and 30th conversions were issued as a bond through the tax increment financing district. This project would be the same thing. The numbers that you have seen up until this point have specifically included this project in order to mark one off of the CIP plan that you all have approved over the years. This has always been part of that CIP.
Any other questions? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kennedy next.
Katie, thank you for being up here and answering these questions off the cuff here. So real quick on this, on the TIF, this is, we hear that it's going to increase the economic vitality of downtown. Did you guys run an estimate of what that increase is and how much dollars, what the repay back of something like this is going to be?
Councilmember Neese, we do not have a specific economic study on the actual dollar impact of what we have done up to this point with 29th and 30th. I would say that we did see an increase of businesses on 29th and 30th once that transformation was completed. We do know, and we would be happy to try to find some comparative values for you, that occupied space is worth more to our community, both from a taxable value and from the economic impact to the rest of downtown if a property is filled rather than vacant. And we have seen 29th in particular really see a redevelopment with most of the spaces being full at this time.
Okay. And another follow-up question, Katie. If this money isn't used for this, what type of projects are desperately needed in downtown that this could be used for?
Councilmember Neese, other priority projects for us, really we're looking at some sidewalk repairs downtown. You would see that the sidewalks in downtown Billings are generally aging to a point where they desperately need to be replaced. That is something that we've spoken with extensively with the engineering department and public works in order to try and complete an actual sidewalk replacement program where we would be able to incentivize maybe some matching funds for a property owner to be able to replace sidewalks. We also know, as you guys have heard from in the past few months, that we know that the Babcock Theater needs some renovations as a city-owned asset, as an asset to our downtown. We definitely need to address that as well. And then we're still looking at housing projects. That remains at the top of our priority list from the Downtown Billings Partnership Board. And so we are consistently working with developers and looking to find new projects for housing. Our hope is that as you continue to fill retail spaces, as you continue to increase sort of that asset component of downtown where you have places to be, places to see, our streets are safer, that you also see an increased interest in development coming in. And hopefully as we see the hotel developed, as we see some of these other projects come online, that we will have tax increment financing dollars available. My hope is that that's what we'll see really by the end of this summer and fall. We'll see that increase has happened.
Okay, thank you. And a quick question for Kevin, if you don't mind.
One more.
Kevin, it was mentioned that this is somehow tied to the Honaker deal. If we don't do the two-way streets, is there any issue with the city hall being purchased by Honaker if we don't do two-way streets? Is there any contingency that this has to be done?
Councilmember Neese, not to my knowledge, but City Administrator Kukulski did deal with the TIF part of this sale and deal with the PSA.
Councilmember Neese.
So that could, not doing this could risk the sale of the city hall?
I think Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, there is no direct linkage in the contract or agreement on the sale saying, if you don't do the one-ways, we don't do our project or anything to that extent. They understand that the one-way conversion in the downtown project is a project that is on our priority list. So I can't speak to its influence on on them indirectly, but directly, there's nothing in the contract that ties the two together.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad we have some discussion on this, and I'm glad that people have come forward. I think Debbie is correct. It's never gone high enough priority to make the two-way conversion completely out of Public Works to do it. I have heard that we needed a $5 million to offset the hotel project. I have heard we need the $3 million here, $2.9 million out of tax increment financing district for the two-way streets. I've also heard that we need $2 million for a Babcock building that the city owns. We don't have enough tax increment financing district dollars to do all of these. So I was going to push this off for a year so we could get handled exactly what some of the council people wanted to do, and that's the Babcock building. But I'm going to say one thing. If you want to go forward and this becomes a priority, the Babcock is going to go off a few more years because we do not have general fund dollars to go through with it. I just heard with the Downtown Business Association, that's part of their list of things. It's not high enough now. They want the two-way conversion. So if that's the way it's going to go and that's what we're going to do, then as we get into the budget hearings next week and the following weeks, that's going to be a project that's going to have to be pushed down 1, 2, or 3 more years. That it shouldn't be a discussion this year in our budget hearing. So that's why I wanted to table it. If that's not the of where the council wants to go, I'm just reminding you all that we only have so many downtown tax increment financing dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from anyone? Councilman Repsis?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to remind council that this is something that has been in the works for years and years and years. Mr. Hafer mentioned back in the 90s. I can't speak to that, but I'm going to take his word on that. We have done every step along the way. It's been in our CIPs. It's been in the plans for the Downtown Billings Partnership. It has been supported throughout all the downtown associations for years. We have gone through the planning process, spent, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the design work for this project based on council's guidance to go forth and do this. Just in January 22nd, this exact council, 11-0, voted to authorize the sale of bonds for this project. This is the very last step in the process to actually award the contract. We've been directing staff the entire way to go forth and do this. We've spent countless hours and dollars on it, and it's time to just go ahead and get it done. So I'd encourage council to support this. Let's get this done, and then let's talk about, what comes up next. But for right now, we've done all the work. Let's do it.
Any more questions? Councilman Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just one quick, the reason I will support the motion brought by Councilmember Shaw and seconded by Councilmember Reps is that the only way we have tax increment dollars to spend is that we are doing the things that encourage economic activity, commercial activity. If we don't make that investment that brings and starts that economic and business commercial activity going, we'll never have any tax increment finance dollars. Thank you.
Councilman Gulick?
Just want to remind that, we have embraced a sort of sub-TED approach to things, and the two-way conversion is very much consistent with, and is actually identified in the sub-TED training as something desirable. Does slow down traffic, increases safety that way, but it also makes places more walkable, which increases the number of eyes on the street. Our downtown is subsidized, even though it's not as vital as it might be. It does already subsidize the rest of the community, so we can afford to support public safety and parks somewhere in the order of 20-fold. But I did want to hear, Debbie, do you have any other questions or things you want to say about this?
Sure, thank you. I would encourage the city council to make a decision on this one way or another. This chip seal has been delayed years, and it is long overdue. So if we continue to move this chip seal, we're gonna start having, our roads in the downtown are getting pretty bad. And you get to a point with your asphalt when we can't fix them anymore. So we've put this chip seal off probably 7 or 8 years already, past when it should be done. So I would encourage you to don't delay this too long, because we're being opportunistic, because you save $2.9 million on the conversion by doing it at the same time. If you're gonna do it, we really need to get the chip seal done.
Deputy Councilor, or
Yes, sir.
Mayor, may
No,
I
go right
ask Debbie
ahead.
a question? And Debbie, I apologize if this was already asked or answered, or you already had some sort of presentation, but did you already tell the council what percentage of this goes towards just the maintenance that has to happen anyway versus the two-way conversion? I've never understood why we call this the two-way conversion. It seems like the downtown street maintenance and, oh, by the way, two-way conversion project, but what's the
We
breakdown?
did speak to that early on, but it's roughly half and half is the way it broke out here. 2.9 million versus 3.2 million, I think, or something close to
Okay,
that.
very good, thank you. I just wanted- okay, we discussed.
So are we ready for a vote? Councilman Shaw?
Thank you. I'd like to just make one comment for the future of our discussions, which is that I don't want to couple together this conversation with the Babcock. And I think that there's some trouble happening as we say, well, I agree, we have limited amounts of money. We can't make money come out of thin air, no question. But these are very different animals. And I'm going to keep pushing the Babcock conversation as far as we can go. The $2 million, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds there, but we can have a conversation at some point in the future about that and what the immediate needs are. So that's the next step of this conversation. That's not this conversation, and I want to just stay focused on this one. Thank you.
Councilmember Kennedy, and then we'll go for a vote.
Just a clarification. This is a discussion of the tax increment financing district. And the tax increment financing district for this project is 2.9 million. The Babcock still is a tax increment financing project. And so all of them have come together. So unless you're looking somewhere else, that's really the only dollars looking at the budget right now we have. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a substitute vote for yes, for number 1A7 in the affirmative downtown two-way street conversion. So those in favor, raise your hand. That way we can count. Councilman Shaw, Councilman Gulick, Councilman Cole, Councilman Joy, and Councilman Rupsis. Those opposed, raise your hand. Councilman Neese, Owen, Kennedy, Aspenleiter, Tiswell, and Boyette.
Point of order.
It fails. Yes, sir?
This discussion started before the mayor arrived, and I don't think the mayor has the ability to have listened to the entire conversation to vote, and so I'd ask the presiding officer to rule on that.
And that'd be fine. I'd like to address that issue, if I may, though, before.
Well, I agree with that. That's a good question. We have legal counsel here. Can you help us out with this? Mayor Cole came in while a discussion was on. He asked the council to proceed with a meeting within his absence.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe that a question such as that, a point of order, I believe, is within the discretion of the presiding officer. So you would need to make the determination if he heard enough of the discussion to be able to vote on that, or if you believe that he should not be allowed to vote on that.
Deputy Mayor, my only question or request would be to address the issue before you make your
Yes, sir, go
ruling.
right ahead.
And obviously, we respect your ruling,
Right.
whatever that is, but I don't know that there's a perfect answer to that question. It comes up periodically, and maybe we should address it. But this item was originally on the consent agenda. There was no presentation, but there was some information and questions, so I understand the significance of that. But our charter requires that everybody vote, just requires it without any exception, which is a little strange unless you have a conflict of interest, which I would not say applied here. So that's the only thing I look to is the charter. And of course, in this case, my vote didn't matter.
Okay, any further, Councilman Absman-Leiter?
So I'm going to move this along, I guess. So my understanding is now we're back to the motion to table the item, being a substitute motion. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to proceed forward with the schedules in the bid that put forward the chip seal and the maintenance work and the striping work, leaving out the two-way signaling and conversion.
Okay, do we have a second? Councilman Tiswell. Okay, discussion. Councilman Repsis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Debbie, could you tell us which schedules those actually are? Were they actually bid separately for the two-way conversion work versus the chip sealing? I don't think we even have a contract here to deal with that.
Right, we do not have it. We have it scheduled by geographical area, by streets. We don't have it broken down by chip. We'd have to go through and do each line item, but we can't award a contract any other way but by schedule. So we'd have to probably rebid to be able to award it that way.
Chris?
Could we possibly come back to you? I mean, if it's in the council's purview, or if you're inclined to do so. Anytime we bid, right, we've got a timeline that we have to respond to that bidder, 60 days. Okay, so we've got a 60-day window that this decision needs to be made if we're going to stick with this contract. Something I would like to clarify that may impact a future vote, not tonight, is I did finally find the spreadsheet for the cash flow. We had budgeted this at 4.3 million, came in at 2.9. So does that mean we have 1.4 to the black? I want to confirm that with Andy. Those kinds of things, I think, are some of the clarity answers I would like to give you before you make a final decision, although maybe that has no merit on your decision, no effect on your decision at all. But you asked me, where did the 2.9 fit relative to the budget? I got the spreadsheet. 4.3 is what we were showing as a cost to TIF in the TIF budget with the cash flow of each of the projects we anticipated bidding, seeing, and our commitments in this number is 1.4 million under that.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this is a question for legal and how I procedurally modified my motion, I guess, to table this until the next regular business, to have this as an agenda item to discuss the pathway forward with the information from Chris, the information from Debbie on how we could technically do this. If we can't amend the bids that we had or accept portions of the bid that we have, I understand the schedule portions. If we can't legally do that, that's the information I'd like. So how do I table this, or do I just does there need to be another substitute motion, I guess, to do that?
Council Member Aspen-Leiter, Mayor and Council, is the question you're asking me how do you get this on the next council agenda, next regular business meeting council agenda specifically?
No. I have a motion to award the maintenance portions of the project. Based on the information presented, it doesn't seem like that's possible. So can I amend my own motion with the approval of the second to table this, or do we need somebody else to make a substitute motion to cleanly table it to the next regular business meeting?
You can amend your own motion. It will need a second.
Okay, so I'll I'll amend my motion to table this until the next regular business.
But.
If Tom's got a better idea, I'm happy to hear from Tom.
I would suggest, could Councilmember Aspenleiter withdraw his motion and make a clean motion?
Absolutely.
I'll withdraw my motion.
So, and then, do we have a motion? So you have to agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So now, are you going to make another motion?
No.
So right now, we have a motion to table.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Councilman Repsis.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to delay consideration of this item until the next business meeting.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Rousseau, could you repeat your motion?
I just wanted
Because-
to make a motion to delay consideration of this item until the next business meeting.
Perfect.
And
Yes,
that gave us
thank
enough time, Chris?
Is there a second?
I believe that has to be labeled as a substitute motion if you want to clarify that.
I thought you withdrew yours.
It's a
Oh, but it's substitute, right, it is substitute. Okay. So are we as clear as mud? So can you say it again, Tom?
I propose a substitute motion to delay consideration of this item until the next business meeting.
And we have a second, okay. So any more discussion? Okay. Councilman Kennedy.
Just a point of clarification. It's not a substitute motion. You're making a motion to put it on because we've already passed the, to go ahead and table.
No, we haven't passed it.
Okay.
This is a substitute motion. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, so it passes. We're going to move forward. Mayor, these are the 3, 4 items.
I think you did a great job. I just finished number 1.
So.
We'll double your pay.
There you go. I like that. Next item is item 1D. And that was, who said that one earlier? Councilman Aspenleiter.
So I appreciate it, and I only brought this up to discuss it. I sent Chris and Debbie an email on Sunday regarding some clarification, and this is a much better version of the MOU than the first one, and I'm happy with that. I appreciate the staff's work in cleaning this up and making this very specific and succinct. The only thing that I requested that be added to this was clarification that we are paying invoices only when we are reimbursed and receive the reimbursement funds from the DNRC. So we're not fronting the money to pay the consultants. We're only paying them after we've submitted for reimbursement to the DNRC and received that reimbursement, then we would pay. So we're not carrying and front-end loading the cost of these projects. That with the DNRC, with this grant funding specifically, that's very standard issue. My business works in this. That's standard for everybody that operates in this space, to be paid when paid, essentially. So that was the only clarification that I asked. I hadn't seen any revision to that, so maybe Chris is if I make a motion to approve it with that, would that be able to be added?
Councilmember Aspenleiter, Mayor, Council, my apologies. Andy's sharing some very critical information, as in we were selling bonds for the project that we just tabled tomorrow. So let me circle back to that, and therefore I didn't hear your question. So could you ask me clearly the question relative to the BBWA agreement for the pass-through grant?
So my question was, if I make a motion to add the language essentially stating that BBWA or their consultant will be paid when we're paid by the DNRC through the grant funds. When we're reimbursed, we will pay the invoice, but not sooner. Is that language that can be added if I make that a part of my motion?
Councilmember Aspenleiter, what I would ask is if you would give us the flexibility to meet your intent, which is that the city is not fronting the money. So we've talked about this afternoon, that if in an arrangement with BBWA, they would deposit probably $20,000 to us, then we would always be using their cash and the refundable, and therefore the city wouldn't have any cash out front. So if you'd give us that flexibility, we believe we can negotiate that with BBWA.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
So no questions, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve memorandum of agreement with Billings Benchwater Association for a Department of Natural Resources and Conservation grant for rim tunnel alternative evaluation.
Do we have a second? Okay, Councilman Gulick? Is there, I see you're frowning. What's wrong? No.
Does- So I guess it's up to you. Does the motion die with lack of second?
No,
Oh, did you? Okay.
Are you happy with that?
No, because it did not include my,
Okay, so questions.
so I'll make a substitute motion to approve agenda item 1D with the addition of language to assure that the city of Billings is not paying or fronting the bills, and those bills are only paid when we're paid or reimbursed by BBWA or the DNRC.
Councilman Shaw. Okay. So does everybody have questions? Councilman Neese was next.
Thank you. Chris, was the last agreement, did it have, maybe Debbie, you know this, was there an administration fee of some sort that they were paying or not?
I don't know that there was.
Is it typical that we would be charging an administration fee for this program?
There can be an administration fee and a charge for the work on it.
Because
if it's big enough.
I thought that came up during the discussion, that I thought that there should be some type of administration fee on this. So this contract, we're doing this for no charge, but so there's no city staff time involved in taking care of this administration of this contract?
You got to give me just a minute to reread it and see what's in there.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I can answer that in broad terms. Certainly there is some time in it because we're the pass-through. Why did we ever engage in this conversation? Because 3 of the 5 years that I've been in the seat, in the spring, we have a conversation that's well into 6 figures as to how much the city is willing to spend to shore up public land, limiting the risk of the BBWA ditch flooding the downtown. And so we have been encouraging them to apply for grants and do other things. In this case, we said we would work with them. Now, that doesn't negate if you want to charge the $10 fee or a $10, 10% fee or not to exceed what the award would allow. But to answer why would the city do this is one of, I think, though it is unequivocally the BBWA's ditch and their responsibility, it is our city and our citizens and tens of millions of dollars of private property value that is at risk if that ditch fails. So that's what was the motivation for partnering with them or agreeing to do this. Now, if you want to add a fee to it, Debbie, maybe can talk specifics to that.
So this MOA is between us and the BBWA. This is not the DNRC grant agreement. So that still is what deals with those details.
Okay, so that, at that time, we can address what the fee is going to be,
We'll look at the-
not in this MOU agreement. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Owen?
Thank you. Chris, and I guess Gina, I'm just wondering if when you're crafting language that is consistent with what Councilmember Aspen-Leiter suggested, if we can make it clear that the city would have no liability for delay of repayment from DNRC, that, you know, that we are, I mean, just make it very clear that we are merely a pass-through. So if DNRC is delayed in reimbursement, or that we will not front and we will not be liable for DNRC's failure to timely pay. That would be the only thing I would add. I think we've done a good job of insulating the city from a lot of liability, but that seems to be just a little glitch that I would ask be added.
Questions, anyone? So we have a substitute motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
So Councilman Joy voted negative. Okay. We'll move on to 1G. Heights 24-inch sewer line. Who wants?
That was
is
separated
Debbie?
because we needed a vote of
We need
two-thirds. So I'll
three.
make a recommendation to approve item 1G.
Second is Councilman Owen. Any questions? Debbie, do you need to talk, or is this okay with you? Okay. Anybody else? The motion is to approve. All those in favor say aye. And let's raise your hands. I want to make sure we can count. So it's unanimous, okay? That solves that problem, okay? Now we're at 1H. Cam Roeder, how are you? You had a nice bunch of kids up there tonight. Thank you for bringing them.
Deputy Mayor, this was my separation. I don't know if they're planning on doing a presentation.
Oh,
I
okay,
certainly
I'm
don't
sorry.
need one.
I'm sorry.
I
Yes,
just,
yes.
I simply want to vote against this. I've been very clear that I think the foreclosure program is an inefficient use of dollars, and I just want to be recorded as a no vote.
Okay. So, Councilman Shaw.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve item 1H, and then if there's a second, I'd like to speak to it.
Second.
Councilman Joy. So let's start some questions then.
Yeah, can I?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So at my monthly meeting with Chris, Wyeth happened to be on the phone, which was wonderful, so I got to say hello to him. And one thing he relayed to me about this, which I think is important for our decision tonight, is that whatever council decides in the future for this program, it can be, we can eliminate it, we can do whatever needs to happen in the future, but right now it's what they have, and so they just want to clean up the language so that it works for the time being. If in the future council makes a decision to move away from that, no problem, but at least that was my interpretation of my conversation with Wyeth, which I think is important, that we're not making a decision forever, and even if people don't like this program, you can still advocate against it later, but while it's the framework that we have, they just want to make it the most efficient it can be.
Any more questions? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor, or Deputy Mayor. Brenda, this is your program, is that, or whose program is this? Okay, thanks, okay. So let me ask you questions about this program. And I guess we're looking at a picture of a house. I'm assuming this is one of the homes that you've have acquired of some sort and are now renovating. And you say these homes are unsafe and stuff like that. And you know, when Mike Yakowicz used to sit here, we didn't like the fact that there's a lot of slumlords in the city of Billings. And so what I don't want to see this program doing is rewarding slumlords who let their houses degrade so bad that it gets so bad that then we go and buy it, rehab it, and turn it around. And so this home these 3 homes I think you said you have done this year, who owned them before? What was the use of them before? Were they rentals before?
Thank you, Councilmember Neese. We only buy, at this point, HUD foreclosed homes. So the home has to be foreclosed by the United States Housing and Urban Development. It appears on a website, and if you want to look it up, it's hudhomes.gov, and you can see what the HUD homes are, and they're listed at the break-even point. So our program, we have a discount below what the HUD listed price is for that home. At least 1% we're offering less. So these homes, if you can put that picture back up, the top right corner, that particular home is the home in the Heights on Stefanitz Drive. I'm standing, taking this picture in the bedroom, and they have knocked out the wall between the single-car garage and the bedroom. And what they would do is they would open the door, the car would drive in, they would do a drug deal, and then they would leave. Okay, so that's what happened to this house. They tore out all of the copper lines, all kinds of things. So another thing that happened at this particular house is I went about a month after that, and there was a car in the garage. And the car somebody had used a Marks-a-Lot to change the license plate number on that car. So there was a stolen car in the garage of the house that the city had just purchased. So these are just 2 things in one house that it's a crime issue that these homes have been vacant for a very long time, and this particular house, I looked at it the first time in 2017. I didn't actually purchase it for the city until 2019, so it was out there and nobody was bidding on it. That's why we put a really low offer on it.
Okay, so I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. Is I was asking, as far as the use, were they being rented out before they were foreclosed upon? I mean, who's the actual owner of these homes?
I can't answer that because I don't know. If you look at the Yellowstone County property tax records, it'll show you the ownership, and I can't tell you what happened between the last owner and when HUD purchases it.
And so they were supposed to be vacant properties, but people were using them anyway. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, so this
Okay.
particular house, they were squatted in this house, and we're doing drug deals in this house.
Okay, all right, so we're getting rid of squatters in that, okay.
Yes.
All right, so, and then after these homes are rehabbed, and Deputy Mayor, sorry, follow-up question. After these homes are rehabbed and they're sold, as you've put down here, can these homes be resold later, or can the owner of these homes rent them out later on in 2 to 5 years or whatever down the road?
So they are sold through, thank you, Councilman Bernice, for the question. They are sold for the city's first-time homebuyer program, which means that they have to be owner-occupied. Once they're not owner-occupied, they have to repay the funds to the city. So these will not be a rental during the time that they're owned. Now they can pay off the city's loan and do anything they want with it.
Okay, so we can spend all the money rehabbing them, loan it, get this done, they have a loan on it, and then they pay it off, and then now they can, or they sell it and get the loan paid off, and it can go turn to rental property again.
Yes, they could do that, but I'll tell you that we've purchased 13 homes. 11 of them have sold so far. The average length of time that the homes have been hold is 6.7 years for the 3 that have sold since we sold them. The others were above 8 years that the homeowners have been in the homes. So I wouldn't say that that's a normal thing, that they would sell the house just to rent it.
Okay, so I think you said you did 13 homes total with this program?
Yes.
And how many are now rentals?
None.
None of them?
None of
Okay.
them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kennedy was next.
Just one more quick question. This is not dealing with the city's empty lots that we have and surplus lots. This is just buying foreclosed homes, rehabbing them, and selling them to first-time home buyers.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Deputy
Mayor.
Mayor, a quick question for Tam. Tam, big picture, we get federal money that go into the program, we acquire property, and eventually it gets sold. If we are breaking even, seems like that old money would still be sitting around, and we would accumulate and get a larger and larger fund. Becomes self-perpetuating after a while. Where's the money go? Why isn't that the case, or is that the case?
Well, if you look at this handout that I provided to you, you'll see this blue line, total city liens, future revenues. We're at $857,000 that will go back into this program when those homes are sold. Okay, so that's how much money we have out there. So the initial program was the Neighborhood Stabilization Program that went through the Montana Department of Commerce back in 2010. Those homes, when they sell, the money has to be used for neighborhood stabilization again. So it would have to buy foreclosed homes and use that. And that's what that $400,000 on the slide there is.
Okay, and so does it accumulate, property after property after property?
It can, yes. So forgive me, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this. So let's say we loan $60,000 on the property above what their first mortgage is. So at the point that they are no longer using it for their primary residence or they're renting it, it has to come back to the city of Billings. We have a deed restriction agreement on the property as well as a trust indenture. So when that happens, we call the note the full amount. So the $60,000 would come back to the city, and it would be used for another home going forward.
Okay, and that's the number, the 600 and some thousand?
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
great, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, so we have a motion for approval. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
So say your name, raise your hand. So Councilman Owen, Neese, and Tiswell voted negative. Passed. K, 1K, Councilman Reps.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve items 1K, 1, 2, and 3.
Second?
Second, Councilman Neese. Any questions? We do have a Councilman Absent-Lighter is not voting. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, passes. Before we go any farther, I want to go back to a question that I heard earlier that, Chris, you said that Andy was working on a bond for, what is that, 1A7? Can you tell us about what his bond is? Will this affect his bonding, or what? How does that affect?
So, Deputy Mayor, Mayor, and Council, just to clarify, so at some point tonight, assuming we don't, well, whether we finish before 7:30 or not, I would ask for a break at some point. Andy is on the phone with Bond Counsel because the anticipation was we were going to be selling bonds tomorrow morning for the $2.9 million for the contract, or for the award to cover the contract that was to be awarded this evening. The difference between the 4.3 million and the 2.9 million is our budget was built around a debt as high as 4.3 million. There's not $1.4 million gap in there of cash. We won't borrow 4.3 million. We would borrow 2.9. But I would like to have the opportunity to talk with Andy. We've just been trading some text, and he's got a scheduled bond sale in the morning. So I would like to get a few more answers to that, because one of the things you may or may not choose to do this evening under your rules of procedure is to reconsider that vote or not. But I want you to have that information. I don't have that information beyond what I just shared with you so far.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to suggest that maybe we take our recess now before moving on to regular agenda.
They're still working on it. They're still talking to Bond Counsel, so I guess I would ask that we continue here.
But
and
reconsideration could be any time during this.
Yes, I would just ask that before we adjourn this meeting this evening, you give us an opportunity for me to have a conversation with our finance director, inform you of his conversation with Bond Counsel, may or may not change anything about what you want to do tonight. But I just ask that we have that opportunity before you adjourn.
Then that resolves issue number one. Now we're at number two, Mr. Mayor.
I'll take that gavel in case somebody gets out of hand here. You never know.
It's just me.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Boyette. I have to admit, I was hoping that when I got back, you guys would be done.
So were we.
Yeah. All right. We're making good progress. Okay. Item number two. So Denise or Tony, would you read item number two?
Item number two, public hearing and resolution to donate property in Whisper Ridge subdivision and set a public hearing for June 10th, 2024. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Debbie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Gina might have to weigh in on some of this. This is one of the first times we've been through this process with this type of donation of land. So hopefully, if you have any questions, she can help with this. But normally when we do a subdivision and then the developer changes their mind and they replat something, they've dedicated right-of-way. In this case, they dedicated actual parcel because it's a storm drain facility. So this is why we're doing this instead of a lot of times you'll just see a vacation that goes back to the developer. So that's why this one is a little bit different than you normally see. Anyway, Whisper Ridge back in 2012 dedicated or platted this subdivision. And in it, you can see that blue, well, the area there is just north of Rimrock and east of 54th. So you can kind of see the area we're talking about there in the red. The developer dedicated the blue parcel to the city of Billings because at that time, the city of Billings was owning and maintaining the stormwater facilities. We no longer do that, but back in 2012, we did. So they dedicated that land to the city. At this point, they want to replat those three parcels plus the one parcel they dedicated to us. And when they do that, they want to build the storm drain pond, and it would be managed the way all storm drain ponds are now, and that is maintained by the HOA, owned by the development, not by the city. So that's why this is coming back like this. So it was dedicated to us. The blue and the green is what the storm drain facility will look like once they replat this. So this is the process. We have to have a public hearing and vote on the intent tonight to donate the property. And then at the next meeting, or at June 10th meeting, we'll have another public hearing to decide on the actual donation of the parcel. We'll also have a revised SIA at that time talking about the storm drain and how that's all going to work. And then after the meeting on the on June 10th, assuming everything's approved, then they would come in with an amended plat. So a little bit different process than you've seen in the past, but any questions?
Debbie, I'll start off with one. I know when we get transfer right away to adjacent landowners, we have to get compensation for that, if I remember, either by statute or by policy, or maybe that's just what we've always done. In this case, I don't think we're getting any money, but we're also getting rid of a significant liability in having to maintain the facility, I guess. But can you just address the compensation issue?
Sure. So Mayor, the way our city code reads is that if we vacate land back to the original developer or the person that originally dedicated it to us, it is at no cost. So this is very similar, just a little bit different process, but it is a no cost usually when it goes back to the original.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions, Councilmember Kenny, Councilmember Neese?
We have a young man here that read the sign and came in to listen to this because he lives in that district or that subdivision. The question I have is it just affects these 3 parcels of land that are undeveloped, correct?
Yes, the amended plat will only be those parcels in the corner.
Okay, so it
Yes.
doesn't affect any of the other development in that subdivision?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And for anybody who might be here, this is a public hearing, so once we've had a chance to ask some kind of factual questions, we'll open it up for any public comment from anybody who might want to comment. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, I have a few questions about this. And so when this was first donated, and it was for the stormwater, but a lot of times when they donate, it's there to satisfy open space or green space or parks or something like that, and then it's used for that. Do you know if this space had any other fulfillment at the time the subdivision was originally approved?
No, it was dedicated simply for stormwater.
And it didn't meet any other needs? Okay, all right, thank you. And then once this is donated to them, can they change their mind and completely bring a new subdivision to us without any kind of stormwater and then hooking up to sewer and just that's the way they're going to do it?
No. So on the next item, the June 10th agenda, when we do the actual donation of the land, we're going to do the amended SIA at that point, and that amended SIA will dictate what the stormwater requirements are.
Okay, and last question does regard to the SIA that's coming. So since the subdivision was in 2012, those waivers are only good for 20 years. So will this include a new waiver with the modification to the SIA? And if not, can we include it? And that may be a legal question we have to talk to Gina about.
It may be a legal question that we will look into and bring it back on the 10th. If we can do it with a waiver, we will.
Okay, yeah, because I think we need to extend that as much as we can. Because I don't know if the underlying land has the waiver or not, so.
It would have had a waiver in 2012, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Other questions for Debbie? Okay, thank you, Debbie. There might be a question about whether this actually needs to be a public hearing. Clearly, to make the transfer on June 10th, we'd need to have a public hearing. But our agenda clearly says public hearing, so I think out of abundance of caution, whether that's required or not, we should open this up for public comment. So if anybody is here who would like to comment on this item number 2, please feel free to come to the podium and tell us your name and your address. We just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Don't feel like you have to use every one of those seconds.
Good evening. My name is Josiah Trewick. I live at 3105 Falcon Circle. I am currently a student at Billings West High School. After high school, I plan to attend Montana State University Billings and graduate with a degree in business management. I stand before you today as a representative of those who have inherited a broken world. What I mean by this is that I'm a member of what is considered Generation Z. The only reason I bring this to light is because I am trying to give a voice to the people who are the future of Billings. The purpose of me standing here is to bring attention to the disease which has rotted away the Billings which I used to love, expansionism. Next to Rimrock Road is a field which is home to hundreds of prairie dogs. I run by this field every day after school, and seeing the prairie dogs is commonly the highlight of my day. I love that field because, in a way, it feels like the last naturally beautiful place left in Billings. But now even that is being taken away in order to make homes. Now, I don't know about you, but as a purebred Montanan, I do not like seeing the beauty of God's creation ravaged by destructive machines. My entire life, I have grown up by that prairie dog field. I have biked with friends next to that field. I have seen my dogs have the time of their lives trying to figure out where the prairie dogs went when they went into the ground. But most importantly, I have learned so much about how black-tailed prairie dogs behave, and I have felt a real relationship with nature. There's so much about the world which I will never be able to change because it has already happened before I was born. This, I can change. Destroying the prairie dog's habitat will mean that greed and money has won the battle for Billings. Billings will lose more of its already fading natural beauty, and my generation will be stuck in an increasingly disgusting Billings, Montana. This is why I implore you, council members, to not donate the property of Whisper Ridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Josiah. Appreciate it. I know those prairie dogs well myself, as does Councilmember Tisdale. Yeah, because when they come to my house. All right, any other public comment on this item? Any other public comment? Okay, we'll close the public comment period on item number 2. Back to council. Oh, I'm sorry, there was somebody else? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't prepare anything. I didn't actually know that was going to be talked about. My name is Paige. I'm a West High student, as you can probably tell by my shirt. I live at 3322 Jack Burke Lane, which is right by that area. And I just also wanted to say that I feel the exact same way about all the prairie dogs there and just that little piece of natural beauty that's right by the neighborhoods there. And also wanted to say that I would, I'm much more supportive of not having that land be donated for houses.
Very good, thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, public hearing is closed. Councilmember Aspenlider.
Having conducted a public hearing, consider written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution to donate property in Whisper Ridge subdivision and set a public hearing for June 10th, 2024, as recommended by staff.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Joy. Okay, any discussion on your motion, either Councilmember Aspenlider or Councilmember Joy? No, and no. Any further discussion? Debbie, just to clarify that even if the old retention area is donated, they'll have to maintain as open area the newly configured water retention area, and it's roughly equivalent in size as the existing. Is that true?
Yes, that's right. It just reorients it a little bit. The requirements will be the same.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, well, before we proceed to vote, we will, if in favor of the motion, which is for approval of item 2, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Nay. Voting in opposition, Councilmember Tidswell. All other council members voting in favor. Brings item number 3. Tony, would you read item number 3?
Item number 3, public hearing and resolution to approve the proposed public participation plan, P3, in accordance with the Montana Land Use Planning Act. Staff recommends approval.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to bring forth a resolution to adopt the public participation plan. Back in February, Wythe gave a pretty extensive presentation on the new Montana Land Use Planning Act that changes kind of how we do business when we look at our land use. And one of those initial items is to develop a public participation plan for the city moving forward to ensure that the public has an opportunity to provide continuous public participation through all our land use decisions moving forward. So how we did that is we developed a transportation public participation plan as part of the Billings MPO. So we took that adopted public participation plan and tweaked that to meet the needs of the city moving forward with public participation in land use planning. The public participation plan needs to follow the Section 6 of the new statute for planning, and it just outlines our efforts in reaching the public and providing that conduit to encourage public participation. I'm not going to read all these, you can read those, but it really is just how to outline that public participation process. How that will be used, it will be kind of our guidebook when we look at those future land use decisions that we're going to be taking. We already kind of used the draft transportation public participation plan and this one in our kickoff of the neighborhood plans, and will be used extensively in the update of our growth policy. It outlines those policy and procedures that will be followed when we do those plans. And I just gave an example of how it will be used if we have a land use amendment that comes through, if a developer or a property owner wants to change the zoning or something, it would be used as a process that goes to the next planning commission and gives them a way to continuously provide public participation. The next step for this would be, after we get this adopted, I will be bringing forth a resolution to establish the planning commission for the city, which will ultimately lead to launching the growth policy. So that will be coming to you next, probably, hopefully the next meeting in June, and we can talk more about that planning commission development and how that will work. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Laura? Questions for Councilmember Kennedy and Councilmember Owen?
Laura, thank you for bringing this forward. Once this is passed, then it satisfies what the legislature wants, and then you'll bring back the changes to us?
Correct. This is kind of the first step. This will be a way to how we're going to conduct our business when we do those land use decisions. We'll be using the Planning Commission next as our steering committee for the growth policy. And we'll act as those members. We have to have that commission in place to do that. So yes, it does meet the requirements of the law.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. Laura, I have a couple of questions and suggestions about this. So first, you note here in 2.2 the council's role in this, including holding public hearings as part of the public participation. Can we work together over the process of developing this growth plan so that when you are bringing things to us for which we must hold a public hearing, that we might have time to address concerns raised during that hearing before a deadline to approve the plan? Because we tend to get plans brought in and we get these sort of panicked, you have to approve this or the entire system collapse. Can we get a little more lead time? I mean, this is a long process. So can we not get things where we have to hold a public hearing and tell the public there's nothing we can do about your concerns because we have to approve this tonight?
Thank you for your question, Council Member, Mayor, Council. How we design these, when we do these long-range projects, whether it be transportation or these new neighborhood projects, we develop a steering committee. And part of that steering committee is inviting the council member and the council members and that ward district that's to be on that advisory committee and to get those updates. And with these new processes in place, there will be more opportunity to bring those project updates to City Council and talk about what we're working on. And the Planning Commission can relay those and the council members can be involved. The Planning Commission will ultimately make a recommendation similar to the Zoning Commission to the City Council, but it will be a public participation throughout the whole thing.
I hear you. I just don't want plans brought to us at the last minute and then we're told that we have to approve them no matter what the public comment is that night. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. I also know that we do establish these steering committees and invite the council to participate in those. So we are trying to make an effort to make that available to you so you get that information. We make sure if you can't participate in those committee meetings, that we make sure that you get those weekly updates from our consultants so that you are aware. Then you should be getting those for like the West End neighborhood plan right now. So we always try to make sure that we're trying to get as much information to you as possible. We will try to do a better job.
Okay. We can resolve that offline. When you say on page, I think I'm into 4.1 now, when you talk about newspapers, I know we do public notices, but they're like 8-point font in the very back of a newspaper. Mm-hmm. Is there a way to periodically do things that are a little bit more designed for people to actually know?
Council member, we try to do our best with the budget we have, and to do display ads and those types of things are very costly. Okay. But I think, what we hope to accomplish with the new Planning Act is that once we have our land use map that is adopted by the community and by the City Council, when we have these projects that come through, we may have more leeway to do more of those types of things because it will be more of a specialized land use project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to kind of agree with what Councilmember Owen is talking about. These type of plans coming to us. I would like to see them come to us on a work session. So we have, as council, we can discuss these. I mean, it's great that I can attend these meetings, but I'm an individual counselor or council. I have no authority at these meetings. I can talk to other council members about it and stuff, but until we get into a public meeting where we can actually talk amongst ourselves, it really doesn't mean anything. You know, yes, we get a little bit of knowledge and stuff, but it doesn't help. We need to really kind of hash this out in the public. And so I think these plans coming to us beforehand are very valuable both for the public and for the council to be able to look at these things at work sessions, not just at a business session to now approve. So I would really encourage us to have these type of things come to us well before and understand, because I do have a lot of questions about this. I'm not going to tie up the council with all my questions. The only concern I had is just to make sure that during this process that mailings are still going to be included, because as I read through this, it said, well, it was really kind of vague. It looks like anyone can do anything, and said, well, mailings are they're not useful, so we're just not going to do mailings anymore. So anyone in the department can determine what is going to be notified or how it's going to be notified. I didn't really feel this was really a real clear plan on what has to be done. It's just like, here's some guidelines and interpret them how you want to, because there's not definitions or anything that I've read through some of this.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese, and I will do my due diligence and delve into that a little deeper. With this new Land Use Planning Act, it's a little bit different than how we used to do things. A lot of these, if a developer comes in with a parcel that is in our land use map, a use that's allowed, we can administratively approve that. Where we will see these come in is if they need to do a zone change and stuff, and then that will trigger a different type of response that we'll take a look at and develop how we make those notifications to property owners. We just have to, it will follow state law, whichever they dictate.
Well, I think what I'm talking about here is, because this is a really big deal where all the public comments is up front. And so when people may or may not know, when this map is developed, that the property next to them may change, and because as whatever happens. And so I want to make sure that those people around that area are notified by mail. I mean, if the property is not changing in the area, not a big deal. But if there's going to be some changing in the way that zoning is going to happen, I think they need to make sure they're mailed out, just like they would if they were in a zoning meeting. Is that what this plan intends to follow?
I think that we'll get more into when we receive an application for change, so that will follow more of our current process, where somebody applies for a zone change and that triggers the state statute for required mailings within a certain distance of the property. This is really about how we're going to address the public participation through the whole thing. So like the growth policy is going to be, I think that we will need more discussion on that, because this to me is a public participation plan, not a statute driven for when we have a zone change request. Now, if it's something that we need to add into this public participation plan is a direct mailing for those certain projects, I think we can look at doing that. I would probably just need to go back and look at how we move from the public participation plan to provide for that participation into an actual application and what gets triggered at that level.
Okay, so maybe.
They may be two different things.
Yeah, maybe I don't understand the plan. So when this map is created, we're just going to take what current zoning is and create this map, and we're done. Is that the way it's going to be? There's going to be no changes to that. So the public doesn't need to worry about the changes until maybe it's revised in 5 years or something like that.
No, I think the community needs to be involved now, because we're in the process of updating the West End Neighborhood Plan, and a part of that project is going to be a development of a land use map that will be used in as we move forward with land use decisions. We need to have the growth policy in our land use map in place by 2026. And we need to make sure that we start this public participation so we can gather that input, because we want to have a community that's on board with the land use map, so that when we move forward with projects that come in, we don't have a lot of hiccups and delays. So it's kind of unknown. It's very new for Montana. It's very new for us as a process. So there's going to be some learning curves, and there could be amendments to this as we go along to make sure that we're meeting the intent of the state law and what the city council wants us to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Choi?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In in this process of developing the growth policy, developing the neighborhood plans, which of these meetings are not public? So which of the meetings where council members will be participating or the boards that are constituted, brought together, which of those won't be public?
Thank you, Councilmember Joy, Mayor Council. All our public meetings are public. They're noticed, and we do our best to get the word out through, we do project websites, which will be very similar with this. When we do a land use project, we will develop a website. So we will have a place where people can leave comments. We will have a place that people can visit and get the information. So all that participate, all of it is public.
Thank you. And another question. There will be council members who are on the committee. Are any other council members not invited to participate in a public meeting?
Councilmember Joy, Mayor Council, no. When we do our large neighborhood plan meetings, like we just did the West End, we send notices to the entire council. Everybody is notified when we hold those meetings.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I want to dig in more on this notification to people. Because you're right, we've never seen anything like this before. The Land Use Act says any land that is expected to be potentially annexed into the city in the next 20 years will have to be part of this land use plan. And we're going to essentially assign zoning districts up front so that if any developer comes to us and says, look, here's a CMU 1 lot and I want to go ahead and develop it, nobody at that point has any input. All the input was collected 5, 10, potentially years prior during these kind of public meetings, right? This is huge. Right? We see the type of energy that people have when the lots next to them are going to be developed in some way, and it doesn't matter what it is, it generally gets people excited. And this is not anything that's on anybody's radar. Most of this land, almost all of this land, is out in the county on the West End, and people that are living there or have those properties have no idea that anything city-related is happening. And they have really no idea that land they might be sitting on may be rezoned and potentially targeted for a certain type of development. If they own that farm and have no intention of selling it, we're going to go ahead and sign a zoning district here. And so I think this notification has to be more than just a postcard or an ad in the newspaper. We have to essentially tell people that the land next to them or that they're sitting on is being rezoned. And we have to be just that brutal about it. Because once we publish this map, it becomes, like you said, it's just an administrative decision. It matches the map. No, you don't have a say. So to me, this public participation plan doesn't really scratch the surface of how are we going to create that level of urgency in the public. And I'm not sure if we're meant to or not, but I think it's got to be in there.
Councilmember Rupsis, Mayor Council, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a huge learning curve to this. I will state that the land use map is only for the city limits. It's only for property within the city limits. The county is not participating in the Montana Land Use Planning Act. So their zoning, their current land use will remain the same. This is only for property inside the city limits. So if a property is currently in the county and they want to annex, if they are petitioning to be annexed into the city, they do have some choices on how they want to be annexed into the city and what zoning they want to come into, So this particular public participation plan is really only for the city of Billings, which is a challenge in itself because we do oversee in the planning department the county outside the city limits, but they are actually not participating. So
I know that the county is not participating in it, but the city, as written in the Land Use Act, the city is responsible for putting together a housing plan that matches the expected growth of the city so that housing matches up with what our population growth is. Mm-hmm. And annexation is a big part of that. We have to be able to say that these lands, even though they're outside current city limits, are going to be part of this land use map. This is how it was explained to us by the author when he came to the legislative session last year.
Councilmember Rupsis, I may have to check in on that because as far as I am aware, we are only developing a land use map for the city limit area only. Outside the city limits, it would be just county, whatever the county is zoned right now. So when a petitioner comes into the city, yes, they're going to have to meet the intent of the policies passed by this board to annex in. So if they're coming in and want to do something that is contrary to the surrounding land uses, that may trigger a review by the city council and the planning commission. Again, I'm sorry, I don't have all the answers because it's just so unknown, but as far as I am an understanding with our growth policy and the creation of the planning commission, it is strictly city only. And again, I understand that we have those fringe areas, and I'm hoping that maybe we can have conversations with the county commissioners to look at those fringe areas because it's going to impact them and it's going to impact the city.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to make a comment or two, and then Councilmember Kennedy. Just a reminder, all the council meetings or to all the council members, these meetings are not quasi-judicial, so there's no reason you should be hesitant about going to the meetings and digging into them as much as possible. The second thing, Laura, I noticed that all of the citations, legal citations, are to codes or to the sections of the pre-codified version of Senate Bill 382. So I think it would be a lot more helpful if those were all MCA codes, because any developer, they're not going to know how to find the old copy of the bill, and individuals aren't either. And then lastly, just to reinforce what I think everybody has been saying, council members Niso and Rupsis, this is a big deal. I would, and if this satisfies the needs of the statute, okay, great, that's a good first start. I'm sure we're farther ahead than most communities, which is great. But it isn't going to be as specific enough for us to feel fully satisfied with. So what you might consider is you've got the guide, I forget, you called it guidebook, right, the skeleton. Mm-hmm. But then bring back to us, even if it's not legally required, the annexate or the appendix, that puts flesh on that skeleton. We're planning on doing 6 TV ads, and we're going to do this many of newspaper ads, and this newspaper on these days, these meetings. Really spell all that out because it'll make us feel better. You'll have to do it anyway. Mm-hmm. And then we can get that out to the public. And what helps us is, it will help defend against legal challenges that there was not adequate notice. But second, politically, when people come to us or they come to you, because at the staff level, they well, I didn't know. You need to be able to have the booklet of here's everything we did from A to Z and get that more specific plan out to the Home Builder Association, Realtor Association, so they're also on record as having been told what's coming down the pike, if only politically, that it'll help everybody get those issues out front rather than everybody finger pointing at the end. So that'd be my recommendation, a much more specific plan once this part is approved. So
thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kennedy, I recognized, and Councilmember Owen.
Laura, thank you for telling us that it only goes to the city limits. We had a planning director years ago that did some overlays on county property, and that created quite a hornet's nest because it was just overlaying, showing what future annexation and what the zoning needed to be. I don't think this legislation addresses that. It just addressed it up to the city border, and I appreciate that because that could get really into a lot more problems.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy, Mayor and Council. Yes, I think, we're going through the West End Neighborhood Plan right now, which is city and county. It's a joint project through the Community Development Block Grant Program and participation from both city and county. That's going to be interesting when we develop that land use map, because we are going to engage those county residents, and they're included, obviously, in this planning effort. So it'll be interesting to see how we move forward in the develop of that map and how we bring that forward. It's going to be an all-learning experience for all of us.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Gulick, Councilmember Owen, you had withdrawn. Okay, very good. Boyette?
Mayor, just
and-
a quick question. Chris, how we doing for staffing in the planning department? Did we ever fill the number 2 spot?
We have been able to fill the planning manager position. That individual starts, I think, the first week of June.
Yes, June 3rd.
But we still have, we are still YS working, part-time. And we still have, I think, at least one additional vacancy that we're working on filling. So they are certainly stretched thin. We meet weekly and trying to cover the bases the best we can with the staff that we have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gulick, and then Council, I recommend that this is a public hearing. I'll open up for public hearing, and we'll try to move to a vote, and we'll probably take a break. I'll give Andy a chance to consult with Chris, and we'll come back on that issue if that's the will of the Council. Councilmember Gulick?
Well, forgive me, the question is not directly related to the participation plan, public participation plan, but, and I wasn't on the committee, but the legislative committee, so I still need to bone up a bit more on this, but the state statute now is for a planning process that is if it's focused on in the city limits for rezoning, it's giving the opportunity to kind of, we need to figure out how much housing we need to provide and rezone according to that plan within city limits.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick, Mayor, Council. It won't, the growth policy and the intent of creating the land use map won't go in necessarily and change the zoning at this level, but it will make those recommendations for future land use. Housing is a very large portion of the growth policy. We're still waiting to hear for additional $30,000 from Department of Commerce to keep pushing towards the housing analysis. I think the City Council and the Planning Commission can make recommendations on those areas for the type of housing we need to develop and incorporate that into the land use map, yes.
And a follow-up, thank you, Mayor. Right now, isn't it already administrative if it's zoned a certain way and somebody wants to develop on it, it's already administratively, that just goes forward. But the only time that there's a change, if they want to change, that comes before us is if there's a change of zoning. Would that change at all with the state statute that's been implemented?
I think the intent of the part of the growth policy update will also be a review of the zoning code and subdivision codes to make sure they match up with the new state law as well as what comes out of the growth policy. So there could be some changes in some zoning districts. There could be, depending on what happens with the court cases on some of those that are still out there, that could change some of the zoning code. So again, it's kind of an unknown until we just dive headfirst into a 3-foot shallow pool. So.
Okay, great.
Sorry, bad analogy, I guess.
All right. Okay, thank you. Anything else before, Laura, before we have a public hearing? Don't go away.
I won't.
There may be something. Okay. So this is a public hearing on item number 3, the proposed public participation plan under the new Senate Bill 382, the Montana Land Use Planning Act. Would anybody like to comment on this item? If so, please come to the podium. Is there any public comment on item number 3? This is a public hearing. No one's coming forward, so we'll close the public hearing. Now, back to council. Council, are there motions, further questions for Laura? How would you like to proceed? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, written, spoken, and conducted, I'm sorry, I'm going to start over. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution for a public participation plan, P3, as recommended by staff.
Is there a second?
Oh, it's going to die.
Councilmember Gulick. Okay, either Councilmembers Joy or Gulick, do you want to speak to your motion?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the mayor's comments that this is a planning document. It's a participation program, our plan that goes off of what we will be doing for planning. And I appreciate his comments that there's no reason why members of council can't attend any of the public hearings, and there will be many, I'm sure. There are those of us on council that will be turned out, but I plan to participate in the West End plan in terms of showing up and hearing and listening to the public. All of us have to be involved with this. It isn't simply council, but it's all of our neighborhoods and other things like that. It's really important for council, regardless of how long they're on council, to participate in these types of decision-making processes and these hearings, because sometimes the public doesn't show up. And guess who gets to make the rules when the public doesn't show up? So we really need to be a part of the process, and we need the public to participate in it. And we'll see what happens as we jump into that pool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Councilman Gillick?
I think the comments from many members is well taken by me, at least, that this, front loading, I guess, does require a different level of it's not just like with typical growth policies we've done in the past. It's hard. How do you go about really putting a stick of dynamite on people, because they want to react to something, and so it's going to be, we got to work hard to it's not going to be the same thing. And yes, I guess this plan is brought forward doesn't very specific in that regard, but it sounds like it is an important first step for meeting the statutory requirements.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else before we have a vote? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation of item number 3. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Council, why don't we take a break? We'll come back, and unless there's objection from council members, I guess I'll probably turn it over to Chris and or Andy to give us an update on that item. I don't want to be presumptuous, but that'll be the plan unless somebody objects. So, okay, let's be back in about 5 minutes. Councilmember Jennifer. Everybody is back almost.
Christina.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your break. We left off, we finished item 3, but before we move on to item 4, unless anybody from the council objects, I'm going to turn it over to our city administrator, who had a chance to chat with our finance director about the planned sale of bonds on that item that was not approved. Chris, anything before we turn it to Andy, or what?
Yes. I'm going to stall again because I've not gotten to talk to our city attorney. So I'm assuming this is important enough at millions of dollars that we make sure we do this right. So I don't know if we formally need a vote of reconsideration to open up a dialogue, or because it seems a little odd to me that we would just get into a conversation about something that you already took action on and voted on. So I'd like.
Gina going to be with us later? Because
Yes.
we can just move on to our next item.
That's
4.
right here. So I'm going to, that's my suggestion. Move on to item 4. Let me have a conversation.
All right. I don't think anything's
Sorry,
going to
Andy,
change,
that
so
keeps you
let's
here
do that,
long.
council. We'll move to item number 4. So Tony, would you read item number 4?
Item 4, public hearing and first reading ordinance amending Billings, Montana City Code, Section 24-426, permit for loading and unloading by backing to curb, and Section 24-431, permit for curb loading zones. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Tracy, I think you are our presenter, I assume, so take it away.
Yeah, this is it. All right, good evening, council, mayor and council. I did not do too much of a presentation. This is pretty cut and dried. The 24-426, the last change to that ordinance that I can see was in 1985. That was when it was 12, well, I don't know what it was before that, but it was $12. We are putting forth to change it to $25 per year. And then 24-431, I don't believe it's ever been changed. But the way it would go is the delivery permit would be tied to the business license. So whenever somebody was getting their business license, it would be one exact year from that time. We are changing it to where it's going to be fiscal year. Everybody's on the same, and then we will prorate if somebody comes in, you know, I don't know, halfway through the year, we would prorate it. So originally, the delivery permits looked like this. They were affixed to the windshield, and this was what was $12. The finance department, and I don't know why it was with the finance department, other than maybe it was tied to the business licenses, but they were the ones that operated all that. In fiscal year 22, that delivery permit revenue was moved to the parking division. And then the parking board, advisory board, recommended that we increase that revenue amount. That they originally stated to go from $12 to $50 a year. That was brought before the the budget committee last year. And I presented it to them, and their recommendation came back that do 25 for this year and then an additional 25 for the following year. Historically, there have been about 2,000 to 2,500 permits that have been written out. I asked the gal who took care of that, because I said, well, that wouldn't add up. In fiscal year 23, the amount was 17,252 was the actual amount that was brought in. That would be about a little over 1,400 permits. She stated there were so many of these that were lost or people took off with them, delivery drivers, that kind of thing. So take, for instance, if we have Jimmy John's, They have very high turnover. They would have to buy each one of their drivers one of these, and then they take off. So it was really costing them a lot of extra money. So what we did come up with, we have this delivery permit. Every year it will change. It will have the year on there, and they'll just hang it to their rearview visor, or rearview mirror, pardon me. Or they can put it on the dash too. We typically like to have it on the rearview mirror though, because it's easier for enforcement to see it. This allows people to park in the loading zones for 20 minutes. And then in some cases, if parking, is really, if there's a lot of vehicles out on the street, we will allow them to park in a metered area with their hazards on, but they still need to be there for the 20 minutes. If they call us ahead of time, we will work with people as long as they're not abusing it. If they have something, hey, I'm going to be 30 minutes to unload this furniture. So we're not dead set 20 minutes and that's it. So once again, it's going from $12 to $25 per year per permit. As far as the revenue increase, we're hoping it increases revenue. I honestly don't know how businesses will respond. Those that have larger fleets, that they may decide to reduce the number of vehicles maybe that they have coming downtown. Others, like Jimmy John's, they're thrilled. He's going to buy a certain number of these delivery permits. And then what ends up happening, their delivery permit, once their employee's done for the day, he just turns it in to them and they hold on to them. So it should make it more efficient and hopefully help businesses. Any questions from anyone?
Tricia, just for next year, do we have to get this back again?
No, I believe
Because that's the
we
city
have it
administrator.
as administrative order, yes.
You're just telling us what the plan is.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and I think we want to gauge how these permits are going, these $25. I have mixed feelings about it being, I love our board and they're very supportive, but they all are also business people, businessmen and women, and but $50 going from 12 to 50 seems kind of extreme to me. So anyway, we'll gauge how it goes.
Okay, very good. Questions for Tracy, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Tracy, what is the expense to the city for, I guess it's just they're using the loading zones, right? It's really all this is for is parking the loading zones, or maybe in the street and blocking traffic.
That's a whole nother.
That does not include that one does not include that.
The parking in the street does not. No,
So
this is just all this is for is loading zones. Alleyways, they can park in the alley with this.
So blocking alleys though.
They cannot block an alley. They've got to be.
Okay, so this doesn't
or they should not be blocking
anything.
for very long.
Just to park in what we have as loading zones and that. So what does it cost the city to maintain these loading zones?
Very minimal amount.
Little paint, is it green
yeah.
paint on the side and?
Paint and a sign. And then, if it gets destroyed, replacing that sign.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, is it 17,000? Does that cover the cost, or this new revenue generation is what it needs?
It probably does, because the enforcement, their vehicles, wear and tear, fuel, and then, the time it takes for staff to send the permits out, it will be time consuming. So it's an exact amount. We honestly, July 1st will be when we take total control over it. So we'll be able to gauge things a little more closely, whereas right now it's still finance. They're very helpful to us, but we don't know all the ins and outs yet of the whole program.
Okay, and Mayor, do you mind? I have a question for Andy.
Question for Andy.
Andy, thank you for coming. I wouldn't have been able to ask you this if you didn't show up.
I expected there'd be a question on this, so
are there other administratively set fees in the city that you're aware of that you collect, or is this the only administratively type fee that's controlled?
Okay, yeah, I'm being told there are.
Oh.
Yeah. Tracy actually.
Okay,
has
Tracy,
parking
would you,
citations,
okay.
so, yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any examples of some of the administratively set fees that the city administrator reviews periodically and sets those?
Sure, Councilman. Here just, probably, I don't know if it's been about 2 years ago, parking citation fees went up, and those were by administrative order. So let's take, for instance, fire lane, fire hydrant ticket was once $100. It is now $200. And so that amount went up. And then, let me see here, we got rid of, or by administrative order, we no longer give courtesy tickets. It goes 10, 20, 40, 50, and then it remains at 50.
I see, okay.
So that is probably the most recent example I can give.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for Tracy? Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Tracy, it goes from 12 to 50. You kind of were hedging, not feeling good about this. What?
No, the 25, I think 25 is reasonable. And I'd like to see where it goes. We do need to look at our revenue income. We do have a loss in revenue with, well, we have some loss of revenue with the sale of this garage, although we will be managing and operating that with a management fee. We do have some revenue that we will be, have lost with the lots. But so we will need to look to see where we can gain some revenue. But this probably really isn't going to make too much of a dent in the revenue stream. But I don't want to gouge businesses. I mean, we need to make sure that we cover our costs, and it needs to be reasonable, I think. But 50, and maybe 50 is reasonable, and I honestly don't know other cities what they do, but it seems extreme, 12 to 50, so.
So Tracy, if I can just kind of go through the math, I think it's $2 an hour for parking meters now. Do I have that right?
So it's $1.50 for the first hour, $1.50 for the second hour, $3 for the third hour, $3.50 for the fourth hour.
Okay, so it really goes up to discourage you from
It
hanging
is, for
out.
staying too long.
But it's $1.50 for the first hour.
$1.50, yes.
So if you have one of these loading, whatever we're going to call them, hangers, mirror hangers, and it costs you $25, $25 divided by $100.50 would be whatever it is, about $15 or about 15 hours. We got that close, somewhere in that vicinity, between 15 and 20 hours. So as long as you park in the course of a year, you've paid for itself, as long as you're downtown parking 15 to 20 hours.
Yeah, and we really encourage people, if they can all possible, use the loading zones. In some areas, they can park in hashed, marked areas, as long as it doesn't become a danger to the pedestrians or to traffic. And they can't stay there forever either. So if it's short in and out and they're off, we try to, as much as possible, discourage, that's like a last resort, just to park at a meter, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anything else for Tracy?
Mayor and council, just to give you just one example in Montana, Great Falls is at $60 for the first vehicle, company vehicle. And then if you add another one, it's at additional $30. So I think we're in line with some of the other cities that do this in Montana.
Okay, thank you. Okay, don't see anything else. Thank you, Tracy. Well, this is a public hearing. They're changing the ordinance, so we'll open the public hearing now. If anybody would like to be heard on item number 4, the change in loading zone fees, please come forward. I just ask that you tell us your name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment on item number 4? This is a public hearing. Feel free to come forward. No one is coming forward, so we'll close the public hearing on item number 4. Back to council. Council, is there a motion or further discussion? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance amending BMCC Section 24-426, permit for loading and unloading by backing to curb, and Section 24-431, permit for curb loading zones as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Tidswell. Motion is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation. Either of you like to speak to your motion, or is there any discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. There motion is for approval of item number 4. If in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Heard a nay from Councilmember Neese. All other council members voting in the affirmative, motion passes. That concludes item number 4. Chris, is this a good time to come back to the other issue?
Yes, Mayor and Council, if you're inclined, I would ask that before the council takes any kind of action, that we provide our finance director with an opportunity to share some additional information with you. And sorry, Andy, I didn't get what I just jotted down here, and I think pertinent to any possible reconsideration. Where are we on the bond sale process? 2, how does this refined information? What do I mean by refined information? We actually have a contract to award, so we have a bid number. We put budgets together based on estimates. How does this refine the new information, contract bid, interest rates, and anticipated budget or cash flow, are they impacted by where we stand tonight? And I think if he can, I know he can give you information on all 3 of those, and then ultimately you can decide whether you want more time to possibly reconsider this between now and 2 weeks from now, or you want to reconsider it this evening, or you don't want to reconsider it at all. But that's, I think, where we stand. So I'd ask Andy if he could give you that information, and you could gauge from there what our next step is. Leave it alone, your action, or move forward in a different way.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Council, before I turn it over to Andy, because this isn't part of our regular agenda, I just want to know if there's any objection to my turning it over to Andy. I'll recognize Councilmember Neese.
I have a point of order because normally you don't move forward on reconsideration of any items that's previously passed on the agenda until there's a motion for reconsideration. And so I think this is out of order, and I think until there's a reconsideration, we should move forward.
And that's why I'm asking. There is no motion for reconsideration, nor do I know that that will result here. This is information that, the way I would interpret it, is information that the rest of those who voted on the prevailing side could use to make a determination about whether they would want to make such a motion. So it's kind of a catch-22. They can't decide that until they've heard this information potentially. So that's why we will proceed unless there's a motion to turn it to you to have a vote on this. Councilmember Kenny?
I have concern on this because during our discussion or before this meeting tonight, we should have had at least some of this information going forward. I know you've been talking to bond counsel. I think it was a little premature before the vote tonight. And so by talking with bond counsel and then turning around, we put this off for 2 weeks. And then, so we should be able to get that information between now and 2 weeks. I think what you're doing is trying to reconsider something, and that's going to play a large part on what we were going to fact find over the next 2 weeks. So I have a concern over this.
Sure, and I think, again, the point is only to find out the consequence of what would happen tomorrow morning so that the council, the majority can, or those on the prevailing side can determine whether they want to proceed further. So, council, I'm going to open it up, hear from Andy, how the rest of the council wants to proceed. Then we do nothing unless there is an order or a motion that is in order. Councilor Boyette?
I thought it was a done deal until I had heard that Chris had mentioned that Andy was looking at bonding this out tomorrow, And I wanted to bring it forward only because what does that do to the city if he does or doesn't? That may or may not change my vote, but I want to know how it affects, everything I want to do is how it affects the city. That's all I wanted to hear is this a good deal for Andy or it isn't, and why not? That's
Okay.
why
And
I want
I'm
to hear
looking
it.
around, I see enough nodding heads, and I think if we put this to a vote, do you want to hear Andy? It's going to pass. So if, to the extent that's a determination by the presiding officer, I'm going to let Andy proceed. Okay, go ahead, Andy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. So I guess I'll start with, on January 22nd, there was a vote to authorize issuance of bonds for this project. So that is why we pursued forward with that. We scheduled it for tomorrow morning so that, assuming the contract would get bid tonight, or what happened, it may not, we would be positioned so we could back out of the deal and not be in a situation where we had borrowed money for a project that was not approved. So that is why it's scheduled for tomorrow. That is why we've moved forward on this. In conjunction with trying to bond for new money for this project, we also found that we could refinance some existing debt for a lower interest rate, some existing TIF debt in the district. And so we were going to be doing that as well. You approved that resolution. I have it up, I'll say March right now. I don't know exactly, but I can look. So we were going to refund that portion of old debt for a savings of what is likely to be, I'm going to say, about $70,000 a year in debt payment on existing debt. In the financial projections we had, at the time we were going off engineering estimates for construction costs. Obviously, bids came in less, so we would borrow less. So the debt service would be less than what we had projected. Right now, it looks like debt service on borrowing what would be about $4,035,000 would be about $325,000 a year. It looks like if we go to market tomorrow morning, our interest rate will be slightly under 4% for all funds. So by proceeding with the project, your debt service cost will go down for two reasons. One, we're borrowing less, and two, the interest rates are less than what we had anticipated. Your construction costs went down as well, but what it does, it does open up some more free cash flow based upon the prior projections we had because the debt payment is less. Now, obviously, if you don't proceed with this project, we don't have the debt for the conversion. You don't have the debt payment on that, which is, again, $325,000 a year. I was chatting with bond counsel and our financial advisor a little bit ago, and the plan right now is to proceed with the refunding because we wouldn't have done this refunding but for the new money, getting all the legal costs and financial advisor costs and closing costs. We've already incurred those. Those are sunk costs at this point, and it still does make some financial sense to do the refunding. So we're still planning on proceeding with that unless I get a text saying, hey, we can't for some reason. I think if you choose not to proceed, it won't harm the district. It won't harm the city. There may be some sour taste in investors' mouth about, well, they scaled back the night before on the size of the bonds. They didn't proceed with the full project. Okay. We don't have any planned debt issuances in the downtown TIF in the near future. So I think the amount of time between today and our next debt issuance, which as far as I know is more than 5 years from now, that sour taste will have gone. So, as far as negative consequences to the city for not proceeding with the full project on the debt, I don't want to say that, I don't think there are any other than we have incurred these sunk costs and we're going to have to pay them anyway. And the total sunk costs, we have the design work, which I think was around $600,000. And then I'm going to round legal fees and everything on the debt was about $186,000. So you have those costs anyway. And that's why and due to the savings, I'm going to recommend we proceed with the refunding portion regardless. But, obviously whatever you choose to do tonight will dictate that other funding.
Okay, and I'm sure we'll have some questions for Andy. If I may just start there, Andy. Assume this project, we come back in 2 weeks and we have further discussion about it, And at some point, the council decided it wanted to proceed with the project. I have to remind me whether we approved the construction component or we approved nothing. We approved nothing, right? Okay, so if we came back with some modified version of the original proposal, what would those costs then be at that point? Obviously, the design work is still the design work. We haven't lost out on that, but this $186,000 or so of legal fees, would that be, we have economies of scale now because we're combining everything, but we would have to pay something in the way of legal fees again, and how much would that be approximately, or whatever other costs would be associated with a second sale of bonds?
So if I just want to rephrase your questions, make sure I understand it clearly. You're saying if at a future date, council chose to proceed with the two-way conversion, what additional costs would they have?
Yeah, and I don't want to say two-way conversion, but we approved nothing. So some sort of project that required a new bond sale, whatever that might look like.
So I guess maybe for some clarity here, we were bonding only the two-way conversion portion. Okay. The maintenance portion, the chip seal overlay, that's all being paid for with cash we have on hand from gas tax and street maintenance, I believe. So if you proceed with that portion, there will be no bond other than the refunding portion.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But so then do assume the two-way conversion, if we did that later, what would that cost?
Yeah, so I think, I don't have a number for you. It would be less than $186,000 because I'll say 90% of the legwork is already done, but it won't be free either, right? I would assume I'm going to say half to 75% of that would just be a guess, but it's purely a guess.
Okay, that's very helpful for me. Questions from council for Andy? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, this was just put off for 2 weeks to hear again and get some information, but if in 2 weeks the whole project was approved, would it make sense to hold off on this refinance and do it all at the same time, and then there would be any additional cost in 2 weeks when we actually do it? Or because it's going to be the whole amount if it passed, it would be the whole amount.
So I proposed that as a scenario this evening when I was chatting with Baker Tilly, the financial advisor, and their recommendation was that we don't do that for two reasons. One, delaying it completely, I think would probably have more of a negative impact if we ended up issuing debt in 2 weeks, because it would just kind of give investors some concern about risk and, maybe volatility, I'll say. But more importantly, on Wednesday, CPIU comes out and interest rates are going to change as a result of that. So it timed well that tonight was bid consideration. Tomorrow we would issue debt before CPIU comes out. So we would want to try to get away from that. I guess there's interest rate risk. It could go up. It could potentially go down too. But that's really the main reason why we would probably not want to delay.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rowan.
Thank you, Mayor. So Andy, obviously between January 22nd and tonight, two fairly significant things have happened that at least have caused me some heartburn, and I'd like you to speak to it if you could. The first is the sale of City Hall and the attendant incentives package with it, and the second is the concern about the Babcock. So when we talked about City Hall and the TIF incentives for that, there were significant concerns raised about cash flow in the TIF. And I hear what you're saying tonight is that things are a little bit better than were projected in January. But that's still, if my calculations are right, maybe $100,000 less in annual debt service, right? So today, knowing what you know about this bond package that could potentially be issued tomorrow, and based on what you know about demands on the downtown TIF, and the reality of the fact that the increment is going down, not up, that despite the recommendations or the representations, these two-way conversions are not measurably increasing increment. Are you still concerned about cash flow in the TIF?
So I've updated that same cash flow with only changing the debt and nothing else that was on there. And we reduced the debt payments by, I think, more than $100,000, because I'm showing the lowest cash point at about $500,000 then. And I think that's because we're saving about $70,000 to $80,000 a year on the refunding, and I don't know what the lower amount is on the new money debt. But I mean, $500,000, yeah, is still pretty small, and we're assuming that there's some growth in the district. But you know, it is more positive than when we were considering the Rockman project. I'll say that.
But it's still concerning.
Yes, $500,000 cash ending balance in the TIF is concerning to me, but that, you know, that's more than it was.
It's just fine. Thanks. Thank you, Andy.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Before we go back to Councilor Manise, I want to make sure nobody else said anything. Okay, Councilor Manise.
So, so if the TIF issues the bonds and there's shortage of cash flow and they can't make that down payment, where's that funds coming? It comes out of the general fund?
So no, it does not come out of the general fund.
It just doesn't get paid?
I think it's unlikely that the debt doesn't get paid. The debt is primary to any of your development agreements, and that's in every development agreement. The debt will be paid first, and you will be paid second. In addition to that, we have debt service reserve, and this bond sale, actually, it made sense to just go and get an insurance policy instead of funding an actual debt service reserve, because it's cheaper. So if we were to default due to cash, we would call on our insurance policy on that one.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Councilor, where are we at? Just a reminder, what passed before was delayed for 2 weeks of the underlying proposal. And that's where we're at. Anything further for Andy? Councilor? No. Okay. So we're going to move on to the rest of our meeting, but the only thing that I understand that would be in order tonight would be a motion for reconsideration by somebody who voted on the prevailing side, which delayed the whole project for 2 weeks. Gene, I assume you would agree with that. So I'll just ask those who voted in the affirmative, you know who you are. On that, is there a motion for reconsideration or other questions for Andy or any other sort of proposal that you think is in order tonight? I'm not hearing you rush to the microphones. And I'll recognize Councilmember Joy, but you're not in that group, so I'll just caution you on that, right?
That's my point of clarification.
Okay, go ahead.
So the motion that actually passed was to table, which was made by Councilmember Repsis and I, seconded by I.
I apologize. You're right.
So that actually, just about everyone on council was on the prevailing side.
I thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
That's correct, right? I mean, that was the motion that virtually everybody got on board with. I forget the exact vote. So that motion would be available to anybody, that motion for reconsideration, whatever that motion would be. So is there a motion for reconsideration by anybody who voted in favor of the 2-week delay? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to have a vote for reconsideration. My only concern is it's not going to pass, and that's the only reason I won't make it, but I don't even think I'd get a second, so I'm going to make it just to see if I can get a second. So I'll make a motion for reconsideration for item number 7, the work order 2311.
And just to clarify, what that motion would do is it would only bring, if there was a second, and if it passed by a majority, it would put back on the table the original motion for the 2-week delay. And then we would then address that underlying motion. Gina, feel free to correct me if I state anything incorrectly. You're nodding your head in agreement, I think, so.
You're good, Mayor. I don't have anything to correct.
Okay, it doesn't address the ultimate issue. Right. Councilmember
Mayor, if I could ask one more clarifying question. If we were to consider a motion to reconsider now, and it failed, would that preclude us from considering a reconsideration in 2 weeks. Do we get one shot at this reconsideration and done, or?
That's correct. You can make one motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
There is a second.
Okay, is there a second? I'm not seeing one, so I guess the motion dies for lack of a second, which would mean the discussion would be put off for 2 weeks. We come back to it in 2 weeks. Anything further on this before we move on to the next item? And I'm not hearing any objection to Andy's plan on the sale of the bonds tomorrow morning for the other bonds. Not that that's before us, but I didn't hear any concerns on that. So I guess that's what will happen tomorrow. Are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That then concludes that item and brings us to item number 5. And Chris.
Yeah.
And well, actually, I'm sorry. I'll get Tony to read item number 5, please, Tony.
Item 5, memorandum of understanding with Yellowstone County for short-term detention facility. Staff recommends approval.
So, Mayor and Council, I'll just abbreviate. I want to hit a couple of highlights. This is the memorandum of understanding between the City of Billings and Yellowstone County in reference to the short-term detention facility that we've been talking about based on your initiative and your this conversation since the fall of 2023. I just want to hit a couple of high points in the agreement and then frankly turn it over to a couple of council members who were directly involved in the conversation if you're so inclined, Mayor, and go from there. So first, the purpose. The intent is for local law enforcement, our police department and sheriff's office to eminently detain individuals who pose a risk to the community but are not held at the Yellowstone County detention facility due to lack of space. So we're trying to solve that issue. That's the purpose. Is that right now, as our police department has been telling us for several years, and we've heard over and over, there isn't a consequence, an immediate consequence, unless you commit, frankly, a violent crime. So this seeks to put in motion a solution to that. The agreement itself, the term of the agreement is for 3 years. The clock of the 3 years, or the clock of the expiration of the agreement starts ticking at the time that the facility becomes operational. The agreement arguably starts if you approve it, and the county has approved it, because we're going to start moving forward on the project. But the time clock for literal expiration of the 3 years is from the operation. It also talks specifically about annual renewals. Provides in that original time period that the only way this gets changed is through mutual agreement. But after the contract, with a 90-day notice, either party could provide notice that they want the agreement to end. What is the compensation for this, or what is the city contributing to the project? It's contributing the value of about $2.7 million. $2 million in cash, $500,000 to be paid in this current fiscal year, which is in our budget, and $750,000 over the next 2 fiscal years, which is in the proposed budget before you. Plus, there's a little over $700,000 in value from prior occupancy debt. Last area I'm going to touch on is the services the county is assuring through the agreement. First is that our contribution is just that. It's a contribution. The county is responsible for construction, including any unanticipated costs, overruns, operational costs, and maintenance. We are not getting in the middle of the operations or in the middle of something else related to this contract, we're making this financial contribution and they're to deliver those things. Secondly, that what Yellowstone County builds does not unreasonably deviate from the preliminary designs Schutz Foss architects have provided through this kind of development process. And then last thing I'm going to touch on is that the county shall reserve a minimum of 10 beds for use for standalone city offenses, average over a 24-hour period. And there easily is confusion about what that means. And it's why in my cover memo, I wanted to be clear that if an individual is arrested and incarcerated on only city charges, so most commonly public intoxication, or open container, alcohol in the parks. I listed 4 of them in the memo, and all of a sudden the other 2 are escaping me. Littering, and I think there's an animal control area. Then these 10 beds are for an individual who only gets arrested and the determination is that they need to be incarcerated for only one of those city municipal charges. Let's say one of those charges was accompanied with a disorderly conduct, just as an example. That disorderly conduct being a state charge is not one of these bed counts. So, the overwhelming majority of times we're arresting someone and they're being incarcerated according to the chief of police, the judge is typically tied to state or other charges. Those 10 beds are only the limit to a city-only charge. I'll leave it at that. That kind of summarizes. I'd ask any of the council members, Councilmember Owen, Deputy Mayor Boyette were both involved. If they have other components they would like to add to that, that's the end of my comments or presentation to you.
Great. Councilmember Boyette, anything you wanted to add? Councilmember Owen?
I just like the idea of this cover letter going along with it because it kind of explains who, what, where, and when, and why. And I do like this, the highlight issues that we talked about.
Are you saying cover letter from us?
From us, yes.
From us, to the extent there's any ambiguity or something we want to emphasize?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot to say, but I don't want to really belabor this too long. I guess I'd start by just saying a huge thank you to Chris and Gina and Andy, who have been tremendous throughout this whole process in guiding, keeping this on track, advocating for the city's best interest, and ensuring that we get to what I think is a reasonably good deal. We started in a very different position, and we've ended up where we are. And I think I would just ask council members to keep in mind that right now we have nothing. We have nothing. We have felonies getting NTAs. And we need to understand that. We've received from the county, and I believe it to be the case, a commitment that this is the first step in addressing the criminal justice system of many, many other steps, including a significant jail expansion. The county is taking, in my opinion, seriously the need for speed. They discussed at their discussion meeting today an alternative bid process that would allow this facility to be constructed very quickly. I think it is important that we understand that at the end of the day, the sheriff still has to run this facility. And so there needs to be a certain amount of ongoing accountability and collaboration that cannot always be captured fully in words. And that's hard. It's just hard. But if we don't do something different, we're not going to get a different outcome. And at this point right now, we have the ability to interrupt cycles of violence that happen every night, prevent crimes from happening, and speed our criminal justice system along. There will be more to do. I still believe we must make our court system operate more effectively. We must address pretrial diversion. Councilmember Roopses has rightly advocated for thinking about how GPS monitoring, bonds, and bails are addressed, and that's absolutely going to be essential. There's more to do, but I think this is an important first step in showing that city and county are united in addressing the criminal justice issues that we face in this community, and that there is more to come. So I obviously urge support of this. I'm happy to answer any questions to the extent I can, although I certainly don't speak for the county. But I think we have come a long way, and that this is this is a worthy investment for us to make to keep people safe in the community. So just a huge thank you to the staff who've been involved.
Very good, thank you. Further questions for staff, Councilmember Kennedy? And then we will need a motion at some point, Councilor.
Yes, Chris or Jennifer, the question I have is, I get the 10 beds and it's for city ordinance. There's a total of how many beds right now? Can someone tell me?
Sorry, to be clear, your question is how many beds in what?
How many beds are they building right now?
There is not, through the letter from the county, they are clear that they do not know precisely how many beds are going to be built. What they're committing to is it'll be, the word in the agreement, not unreasonably deviate from the preliminary design. Those preliminary designs show 33 beds on the first floor, and I believe in a second floor.
Well, no, the agreement, and this was the language I suggested in the agreement, does require that the space be finished and a permanent structure, again, that doesn't unreasonably deviate from the previous design. So there was a design with a blank, unfinished second floor that would be inconsistent with our agreement here, because that would not be finished. So,
and the follow-up to this is, I understand the 10, so I'm just taking that out. I'm not even looking at that. The county, and I was over there, and we had a lot of contracts with a lot of outside counties and with state and with everyone else. How do we know that the biggest thing is DUIs, and when our officers pick up people in the community, the biggest thing is they're given a ticket and they leave the facility before the officer even leaves the booking area. So I just want to make sure that we don't get pushed back, since we are putting front loading and putting half of the dollars in, that we do get a priority as other folks, felons and everyone get there, so our officers can leave them there and they're at least there for 72 hours.
Mayor.
okay, Chris, and then Councilor Rowan.
What I was going to refer to, so Councilmember Kennedy, this is not in the MOU. I want to be clear. In their letter to you dated April 23rd, there's a statement referencing that, which in my mind it says, at this time, the county will not be contracting out any other beds in the short-term detention facility except those discussed herein, which is in our conversations when we sat at the table with them and, for lack of a better term, negotiated and made some changes before we finally approved it. They said unequivocally they will not be signing agreements with any other Bighorn County, any neighboring county to be using this space as you described, because that was a concern that we brought up, because we know in the jail, that is a way that part of that facility is utilized. So I would ask Councilmember Owen and Deputy Mayor Boyette anything they would add to that, but we did specifically talk about that.
Councilor Owen, did you want to add to
Mayor,
that?
the only thing I would add, because Chris, you're exactly right, there's a clear commitment to not contract this out, which actually surprised me. The other thing that I would add is in the conversations that Deputy Mayor Boyette and I were at, there is a clear desire to maximize bed space. Acknowledging, however, that when the 96 number was thrown out, and it was sort of thrown out at a public meeting, that they did not consider ADA accessibility, and they did not always consider inmate safety. So in the potential event that there are individuals who have mental health needs, they may need a different arrangement than 3 beds per cell. And so they just simply ask that we cooperate with them to maximize bed space, but not tie their hands on safety, was the representation that I think they made to us.
Yes, so there's some ambiguity there, but probably we're talking in that vicinity of 60 to 90 potential beds. Is that the ballpark?
I would say 60 is too low on one end. I would say it's a little higher than that, but I don't think they could safely get to 96 and still meet 88 requirements, I think.
Okay. Councilmember Ripsis.
Well, I'm confused because the commission's letter only anticipates at least 35 beds available on one floor. That's the only reference I can see to how large they're planning on building this thing. I'm at a $6 million facility estimate for 96 beds. That's what, $62,500 per bed. Now we're putting in 2.7 million and they're saying, well, we'll get at least 35 beds, which means we're paying over 77,000 just for those 30. This is exactly what I was concerned about. They have already walked this back and we're paying a huge amount for a much smaller facility than was used during the deliberations. I can't support this unless they can give us something firmer than at least 35 beds. There's no way I can support putting $2.7 million of the city's money into this.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Aspenleiter.
Understanding where Councilman Rupsis's concern comes, the one thing that I would point out is we're paying this in 3 tranches, and we had very clear conversation about paying this in 3 tranches. And the point of paying it in 3 tranches was to make sure that what was built was actually, what was said was actually built, or the payments would not go. The way that this facility will get built based on the CMGC model, which is the alternative contract delivery method, still fits within that 14 to 18 month delivery period. If you look at that, that puts us at a maximum of 1.25 million in, 500 from this year, 750 from fiscal 25 that we have budgeted. We don't wipe the debt out, and we don't make the second payment of 750 until that facility is built. I mean, we still have the budget authority in fiscal 26 to pull that money back if the county does not follow through. And that latitude is 100% still there, even with this agreement. So, we have the latitude to assure still that what was said and promised is going to be followed through, or we don't make the payments. And that's exactly how this is structured.
Can I put a question to Councilmember Ripsis and the group as a whole, and also make a comment here? Recognize Councilmember Aspenleiter's point. We would just withhold payment, but we can only withhold payment if we have the legal right to maintain or to withhold payment. And so that's the question: is does the existing agreement give us that right? It's not crystal clear, obviously, right? But we do have this language that says that they're committing to a finished, permanent structure that doesn't unreasonably deviate from the preliminary designs previously presented by Schutz-Foss. Key element there being, does it include a finished second floor with, call it, roughly the same number of beds as the first floor? Legally, and Gina or other lawyers can chime in on this, you can't talk about what we've talked about outside the language of this agreement, and it has very clear language that the agreement is based on the written document, unless you can find an ambiguity. And then the courts will let you go, oh, well, the written document's ambiguous, so what did you talk about? What are the outside documents? All of that is to say that if the second floor is an important feature, and based on Councilmember Rips's comment, I think they are, right? We could have our own letter saying, pointing to this language and say, we understand based on what we got from Schutz-Foss that there's going to be a second finished floor of approximately the same number of beds at least as on the first floor, which would get you to 70 or something, and spell that out. That's our understanding. If that's not your understanding, let's go back and renegotiate this thing. and make that a condition. At least at that point, we would have something we could point to as to going into it, what our understanding was. Or we just refuse to sign it and say, let's clean that up and make it crystal clear. Those are our options, it seems. But I just wanted to come back to that, because I think that's the goal, right? To make sure we got a second floor that's finished. Councilman Rupsis, would you be happy if you knew you were getting a second finished floor of about the same capacity as the first floor?
To me, this is all kind of backwards. The idea that we offered up money before we even had decided what we were going to build, right? And so even that being said, my preference right now is let them get through whatever their design process is and then set the MOU based on that when we actually know what we're going to agree to. If it can't be any more specific, you know, for me personally, I supported the 2 million based on that number of beds, that size of addition to the jail. Even knowing that they had really no numbers to justify that many beds, that, you know, at least I was comfortable with making that size commitment for a $6 million facility of that size. Without that capacity, I have been saying we should scale that back. I mean, if it's, I don't know how much jails cost, but it seems to me, you know, 100,000 or whatever per bed just is crazy. But I'm not comfortable that the MOU and with the letter that they sent to us saying it's going to be at least 35 beds gives us that ambiguity to say, wait a minute, no, it was supposed to be, you know, 90 or 80 or whatever, something in that upper, closer to 100.
Okay, I'm going to, Councilor Renese had his hand up, so I apologize. Councilor Renese, Councilor Rowan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with you, Tom, on this, because as I look at the documents that we have before us, and Mayor, this is really key, because documents are we looking at to approve this? We are looking at a half finished facility. It has the diagram given to us with the first floor finished and the second floor not finished. And so that's what we're agreeing to tonight. And I did not agree to that when we said we were going to do the $2 million. And so legally, I think if they go back to this is the document, this is the preliminary document that we're approving. And so I disagree that we should be approving this tonight. I kind of agree with Thomas talking about is there's no urgency to approve this MOU tonight. The money is not going to go out until we know what is, you know, until the fiscal year anyway. So let's have them finish their design. Let's look at what we're actually going to get before we actually approve something. And so, you know, unless it's in writing in the MOU, we can't assume a lot of these things. Any kind of cover letter, it doesn't count. It has to be in the document. And so I think, unfortunately, it looks like the county signed this. They thought that we would sign this tonight. They're obviously in agreement with everything. I think we don't have all the details, and I think there's a lot of bad things in this agreement that we need to clarify. I mean, if the memo has to clarify, you know, what the city versus state charges are in a memo, and because it's not clarified in the document, then we know right off the bat this document is short. And so I'm not going to approve this tonight. We need to bring this back for some more clarification.
Okay, Councilor Rowan, Councilor Joy.
So I just wanted to correct, I didn't want folks to get twisted. I haven't heard nothing that suggests that 35 would be the number replicated on the second floor, but rather that number would be designed on the first floor to accommodate what might be more challenging populations, allowing the second floor to be built out at a higher capacity. So I just didn't want that to get twisted. The next thing that I would say is I do think we could delay this until the next business meeting at the end of the month if that's necessary. But at some point, flip the switch. If it were us contracting this out and we asked the county to make a contribution, how far would we go without the county coming in and putting some money on the table? I mean, what would you do if you were sitting across the street and you were trying to have a partnership with an entity that historically has not been great relationships, and they won't put any money in until you've assumed all the risk? You wouldn't do it either. So I would just encourage us to remember, right now we have no answers for our officers who will tonight arrest people, give them notices to appear, and 44% of them will not appear. We have no answer for that right now. We have an opportunity to show that we're willing to take a little bit of risk and do something new and innovative and push for the urgency of time. To push, to urge the county to go as fast as possible and to say, to help you go fast, we will put skin in the game. So I would urge us just to think about taking a risk and leading tonight and showing the community and the county that we're serious and that we will shoulder some risk. We will lock arms with them on this, on an arraignment court, on a long-term jail expansion, that we're in this game and put some money behind our commitment. So I would urge us to continue working, continue collaborating. I would urge us to have joint meetings if we think we need to have them to discuss how this moves forward. I don't think tonight is the last conversation, but I think it is an opportunity for us to say, we are so serious, we will put money behind this, and we will even assume a little bit of risk ourselves. So I would encourage us to vote on this either tonight or at the next business meeting, but let's show that we're serious.
Okay, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I guess I'm just a little bit confused, and I talked previously about the amount of money that we're putting into it and what we're getting out of it, but this is my big picture, and I think maybe somebody needs to explain it to me. How would putting someone who's responsible or who has defecated in public or has an open container and holding them for 72 hours impact our public safety? That's where because as I read the document, these are the things that the person would be locked up. So that's where okay, so maybe clarifying how does this impact our public safety if what they're being held for isn't a very serious crime? Because quite frankly, if it's a person who's unhomed and the issue is defecation in public, and then for me, I'm trying to understand how that's impacting our public safety. So clarify, please.
Councilor Rod?
Sure, I'd be happy to, because it's a great question and not an issue that I think we want confused in the public. What the county has said, and what I think the police and legal have indicated they're fine with, is that they will guarantee us beds for municipal infractions only. I would agree with you, Councilmember Joy, that those individuals would almost never be arrested. They would be ticketed, or they would be ideally referred. We would call the hot teams, or we would address them in other ways. The majority, in fact, I would say the overwhelming majority of this facility will be for misdemeanors. They will be for felonies that can't get into YCDF. But I don't believe there's anything in this that would change the way our police officers think about whether or not someone represents a risk to public safety. The simple fact of violating an ordinance today, even if we had 2,000 jail beds, would not always result in incarceration. So I don't want anybody to think that this is only for municipal infractions. In fact, very little of it I anticipate would ever be municipal infractions. These are for the kinds of misdemeanors, assaults, thefts, things that there just are not room for at YCDF right now. And in fact, they are for people who may need to be held for a short period of time, but not held pending trial, because those people will continue to be at YCDF Maine. They will. The sheriff will continue to operate that. This facility is designed to churn those people who are failing to appear, committing multiple crimes in one night, but are not committing serious enough crimes to go into the main facility. It is not designed to be a primarily municipal infraction bed. I hope that clears it up a little.
Thank you. Councilmember Kenny, Councilmember Shaw, and then I'll come back.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Mayor, I move to approve entering into the memorandum of understanding with Yellowstone County for a short-term detention facility as recommended by the staff.
Okay. Did you want to speak to your motion before we?
Yes, I would.
Recognize Councilmember Shaw.
I just want to say I have some hesitation. I've had some hesitation all the way through that we are putting money into a county facility. But the reality is, like Councilwoman Owen has said, we have police officers that it's the catch and release program. And they are getting, the person they just arrested and booked is out the door before they ever get done with the paperwork. And if we're going to do anything, we need to move forward and not delay this. And then hopefully, we will watch this process the whole time and speak out, because we have, Chris, I did look at that letter again, and we do have assurances, and we'll keep on bringing those up. But I really do think we need to move forward. So thank you, everyone that worked on it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rowan, you had the second. Do you want to comment before we turn over to Councilmember Shaw? Okay, Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I certainly understand all these issues. We've been talking about them for years and years and years. I can get on board with, I got on board with the 2 million. I can see the importance of it. I want our officers to have, job satisfaction and be able to feel like they do their job. So all of that said, why is there not a number in here for the total facility beds, or even a range of numbers in the conversations that happened? Because that is a concern for me, is that I look at that site plan and it looks like a blank second floor, and it's our only legally binding document. With none of these letters they're not legally binding. So why is that not in the MOU? And do you think it would take more than 2 weeks to work out something with the county to get it in there?
Councilmember Shaw, Mayor, Council, I don't believe it exists, other than, I've looked at every document that's gone between the county and their architect. The document that I attached, which is not official, right? It's not a part of the agreement, but I made the call, got a copy of that from the county. I've not seen something that shows a different number or more, or a development of a build out of the second floor. And I'm sorry.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? So how do we legally hold them to that then? If we're saying this is our intention, we're wanting to partner, we're wanting to lead on this issue, but what if we get 3 new commissioners that just say, well, we don't want to do that. We just want to build the 35 beds. How do we hold them to it?
I'm certainly not going to argue against the legal positions of people who deal with that. But I deliberately put in the memo, my cover memo, which again is not a legal document. It is not a part of the agreement, but I've tried to create a position here that we're expecting you're going to build a facility in the 90 bed range. And so that's.
Councilmember Shaw, if I can attempt this to make our best argument, right? Say they said, okay, you got your 35 beds, period. I think we would look back to this language, which is not ideal. I agree. Real numbers with real range would be clearer, obviously. But we would say when this was signed, or what this agreement requires is a finished structure. So if they want to put a second floor on that's unfinished, that's clearly inconsistent. And it has to be not unreasonably deviating from the proposals that were previously made by Schutz-Foss. And the most recent proposal that was made by Schutz-Foss, and this was conceptual, this isn't, blueprints or like that, was 2 stories finished that would be in the vicinity of this 96 bed number, which we now have reason to doubt maybe that was unduly optimistic. But it was still 2 stories finished of about XYZ size. And that's what we would say they owe us. And that would be our legal argument, which I think would be a pretty good one, right? And just to clarify, Chris, the document that was included with our packet that showed an empty second floor, they didn't send it over to us with that. They just sent us the agreement that referred generally to the Schutz-Foss diagrams to date, correct?
Correct. Well, to be clear, the letter that they sent over the April 23rd did not include an architectural rendering. When putting the packet material together for last week, so we could amend the agenda for tonight, I did ask the county commission office to send me over what I had seen from Schutz-Foss, and that's what was sent over to me.
Okay, but you got that after the fact. They didn't send it with the
That is
the
correct.
original
That did
agreement.
not come with the April 23rd.
They initiated, but you added it later for
I
our
wanted
edification.
something because I anticipated a question about what does it mean?
Sure.
Reason,
So
da-da-da.
that would be the argument, whether
Okay.
that's satisfactory, and it's not a slam dunk, obviously.
So devil's advocate, in what world could they look at this and say, well, we finished the second floor, we just didn't put any rooms or beds up there. It's just a giant rec room that's finished.
They could, I suppose, but that's, would be inconsistent, I would say, with the most recent version of the Schutzfoss diagrams that we were described to be talking about. That would be the argument.
Mayor.
Councilmember Neese.
Because I'm quite troubled
The
by that.
language states that it's the preliminary designs, not the most recent. So the preliminary designs only showed one floor. The language does not say the most recent designs.
I guess we get in the question of what is preliminary, and I guess my reading of that was preliminary means not the final version they come up with, but what we were talking about at the time, because those were preliminary. They weren't the first, but they were the current. But that's why you hire lawyers, I guess, unfortunately. So, okay, we're still having discussion. I think I'd recognize Councilmember Raffenslider before Councilmember Rufus.
So, again, obviously, I'm going to support the motion, and I would encourage you to think back on the conversations that have been had, the negotiation team that we sent, which was Deputy Mayor Boyette and Councilwoman Owen, along with our city attorney and our city administrator, to negotiate these things out in good faith with the county and the county's legal staff and negotiating team. Those agreements were made, this was crafted based on that. This all was a part of that conversation. All of these things were taken into consideration. The second thing that I would ask you to consider is, are we ever going to get a perfect agreement that satisfies all 11 of us? No, we're never going to get there. I think Councilwoman Owen made a compelling argument that at some point, if we're going to build these relationships, understanding and acknowledging that they have not been good for a long, long time, somebody has to step across the line and act in good faith and trust that we're going to get good faith back. And this is the one subject that I would argue, with public safety in a jail, that has the most to lose by the county not following through. I believe that they will. But if they don't, that's the worst case scenario for them in answering to the public and what they did or did not deliver. The third point that I would make is, even under this scenario, should they not follow through in building out the second floor, remember that the Schutzfoss estimate was 4.3 million roughly for a dried in essentially second floor without it being completed. That was roughly their estimate of cost. If that's not built out, there is no grounds for us making $2.7 million in payment, and there is no grounds for us to be held accountable for that. And there is certainly legal argument to be made that you didn't follow through, and you can't expect the city to pay more than our 50% share, which is what we were acknowledging in this agreement, or just under 50%. You can't expect the city to pay the lion's share of building your county facility and the county not putting in its proportionate share. So even if that scenario occurred, I think there's certainly enough grounds to say that our payment is reduced accordingly, because the cost of construction is not $6 million at that point. So we're not giving you a full $2.7 million on a $4 million facility.
Okay, further, we do have a motion. Again, the motion is for approval of the existing agreement. That's what we're talking about. Councilmember Neese? Oh, I apologize. Councilmember Rupsis.
This is the last thing I'm going to say on this. I I will take the county at their word, and I will trust them, and they say right in their very last communication to us, in their last letter, we anticipate there will be at least 35 beds available on one floor. That is all we can assume that we're getting. If we sign this MOU, that is what we should assume we're getting for our $2.7 million is 35 beds. That's their very last communication to us. It's official. It's a letter dated and addressed to Billings City Council. Any other communications are just, almost hearsay. Between the MOU and this letter, that's what will be used to determine. And I will take the county at their word. And as a result, I'm gonna vote no on this. I wish we would just go back and clarify that so I could vote in support of this. I did vote to support the $2 million. But as I expected and feared, this is setting us up for a massive bait and switch.
Okay, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make it clear that I do want to work with the county, and I do want the city and county to work and work together to build and work on this public safety issue. I thought this was a great opportunity for the city and county to come together. I unfortunately think this agreement does not. I am not an attorney. We have to trust our city attorney. I think if you were to ask her some of this, the documents I'm looking at, I agree with Tom. If I was the county commissioner, I would build 35 beds and then say, where's my money? And they would, there's no reason why we wouldn't have to give it to them because they built 35 beds. We are looking at the preliminary documents that only show 35 beds. And we get to use 10 of those for I understand that issue between the municipal only things. I'm okay with that, although I think when we first started this conversation, it was 20. So now we've shrunk that down. And so the officers I've talked to said there's a lot, this facility can be filled easily. And so, yes, I know it's a pent-up demand, and hopefully over time it'll decrease. But my no vote on this is not going to be because I don't think we should have MOU. It's no vote. It's not because I don't think we need to do something about public safety or build this arraignment facility. I think it's very important. But I think the agreement is something that we should not be approving tonight. I would vote to approve this if it did, as Tom said, had the actual, what the finished product was going to be. And then I would vote for it. I think if we waited one more week to get that clarified, I would probably have a yes vote.
Okay, Councilmember Gillick, and then back to Councilmember
Owen. Having worked on lots of building projects, I understand it's difficult to predict ahead of time exactly how many units you get for a given cost, and so I can understand a certain reluctance to commit to that. So for that reason, I'm sympathetic, or I agree with people who are concerned that we don't have enough, I think, to in the MOU. At the same time, I'm also aware that I haven't been privy to any of the back and forth, and it's easy to be sort of armchair. I guess I'm interested in hearing from people who have been involved in the negotiations. What would it take to include that? Is that that kind of language in this MOU? Is it? I don't mean, maybe it's not a good thing to be putting it out in the open as to what the nature of the negotiations have been like, but it does seem like something that would be good to have in there. What would it take to get it in there? Why isn't it in there?
Councilmember Boyette or Owen, you want to comment? Councilmember Owen, go ahead.
Well, I sat with the three commissioners, and the 35 beds was never an issue. That had nothing to do with the whole program. I don't know whether that's just covering their rear end. We're going to build at least 35, but they haven't gotten the final word from the architects yet. But at the same time, is there any way we could sit on this for a week or two and say, can you put an addendum to this MOU that says, yeah, we said 35 only because we didn't know what it was. Well, could we come up with a better solution in a week or two? And if not, I'd be the first one to come up and start yelling on top of the courthouse City Hall, courthouse, if they only built 35, and I wouldn't pay them a dime more than that, because that's not what our agreement was. I mean, yes, it wasn't in writing, but we sat in front of people and talked with them for hours, and they said 35 isn't what the idea was.
Okay, Councilor Rowan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to answer that question too. I think the reason that it wasn't in there, and I think what I'm concerned about we're getting twisted here, is because they've never represented anything less than a desire to do it. And so it just wasn't a concern. What we heard at the room, and Chris and Gina can specify, is we want to build as many beds as we can. It was in fact the commissioners who said, can't we do 3 beds per cell instead of 2? So everything they have said, every part of their conversation has been, how can we maximize the beds while still complying with certification and meeting ADA requirements and those sorts of things. So I think I understand where people are coming from because they haven't been in those conversations. And I understand that for those of us who have been, we're maybe more comfortable. And so I get all of that. But what I can tell you is at no point in any part of this conversation has there been anything from staff or elected leaders that they don't want to build as many beds as they possibly can. Now, I will say, in fairness, they have exactly the same anxiety about us as we do about them. And so I do think that if we're going to come back and say, well, it's got to be at least 90 beds, they are afraid that if they can only get 89 in there, we will sue. And based on the conversation, you could sort of see why. I mean, we're all sort of dodging each other, trying to figure out who's going to be the good faith player here. So all I would say is, I have heard nothing but we want to put as many beds in there as we possibly, and with appropriate regulations, can.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to make a comment. I'm going to pass to Councilmember Aspenlider. I think what I'm going to say will be a decent segue to what I have read his mind, but I'm just guessing. One is we would need to, if this were to be delayed, we need to make sure that we don't come back later with lots of other issues, right? What I'm hearing is only major heartburn over clarification of a finished second floor that gets you well in excess of 35 beds. That's what I'm hearing. If we're not correct on that, we need to be clear about that. The second thing is we would need to talk about what that would need to say. Exactly what do we want in a more ideal world? My concern is if we have a vote tonight and this were to fail, remember this is really important, but what's really, really important is building a much larger jail and creating good positive mojo in the community and momentum on that. And I would be concerned that if the headline is, city turns down county short-term holding facility, that's going to be a bad message to send. I'd also be concerned even if it passes narrowly, City Council narrowly approves, well, that's, I guess, less bad, but it also does send a risky message in the public when we go to a much larger jail issue. So I have some concerns that we do this. It would be great if we, in a perfect world, again, we could have a unanimous approval. That would really send also a much a positive message. Those are comments. Councilmember Aspenlider, what did you want to say?
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. The action we take tonight is going to be on the front page of the paper, and it's going to be the first thing on the 7 o'clock, the 6:30 news tomorrow morning. And immediately what's going to happen is, nobody cares about the semantics of this, right? I mean, Joe Bag of Donuts down the street doesn't necessarily care about the semantics of who said what, who did what. You promise this, you promise that. What they're going to read is the headline, and they're going to hear the 3-minute report that says the city council tabled the motion and wants further clarification. And the conversation around the water cooler is going to be, why can't these guys get on the same page while my neighbor's car's getting broke into? And there's no solution to that. This is a bad box to be in for us. It's a bad box, but it's the box that we're in. The only thing that I would offer, and this is going to come in the form of a question to either Councilwoman Owen or Chris, maybe, if we were going to put any kind of addendum to this, what would an addendum in my mind would need to look something like, to speak to Ed's point that it's hard at this stage to get a number or even a bracket of numbers. In my mind, the way that we would word that would be to attach an addendum to this that would have to also be signed by the commissioners as an addendum to this agreement, clarifying that our expectation is that they finish and complete a 2-story facility with a 2nd story mirroring or similar to the 1st story with holding facilities and jail capacity. And if we can do that, signing this agreement with an addendum to them that outlines that expectation that they can then turn around and adopt, signing the addendum to this agreement, would that be satisfactory? Or would that muck the waters up? Yeah, I'm asking Councilwoman Owen that.
Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I guess here's my concern. If collectively, corporately, we are in a place of so little trust that we can't say we believe we can move forward and execute and deliver on this agreement successfully, I don't know that we ever get to a number that solves the problem. Because if we say it has to be at least as many beds as on the 1st floor, then we're saying at least 70, but we're still going to walk away mad that maybe they could have gotten to 80 or 90, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how we would ever feel good that they maximize the number of beds if we put a floor in there, based on what we know now about their desire to, comply with building requirements and all that sort of stuff. So I don't think it inherently mucks up the issue. I just don't, I guess I'm wondering if there's a number where everybody feels like, okay, if we say this is a floor and that's the floor they hit and they don't go higher, do we still feel like we got misled? Does that make sense? I think at some point, I don't know that there's a magic way to solve the level of discomfort. I guess I would just hope that we believe that we represent the vast majority of the county and that we are going to be partners in this and we are going to move forward. So, do I think it's fatal if we delay this for 2 weeks? No, although I will acknowledge that finance has said they would like to cut that check for the $500,000 that we sort of previously appropriated. So I don't think it's fatal to delay it. I don't know that anybody tonight could say a number that they were comfortable with, that they didn't feel like we were going to get bait and switched later. That would be the only thing I would offer.
Councilor Raspleiter, you started discussion, go ahead.
Yeah, and I appreciate that perspective. I mean, you and Councilman Boyette were the two that negotiated this, and I've got to believe that you've negotiated the best deal that you can, and that's where we landed. And I understand and agree. I mean, regardless of what we do, there's going to be some angst, and that is what it is. It's the world that we're in here as we try to build a better relationship based on public safety for the community. My only hope with some type of addendum to that agreement specifying that a 2nd floor matches a 1st floor is at least that answers Councilwoman Shaw's concern about, you're building a 2-floor facility and the 2-floor facility is going to be finished on both floors with holding capacity on both floors. Whatever that number is, to Councilwoman Gulick's, it is going to be what it's going to be, and that's not for us to micromanage. I mean, our contribution is our contribution, but if an addendum can be made, I guess my question would be, would that, to council as a whole, sending this over with that addendum to also be signed, is that functionally going to get us as comfortably uncomfortable as we're going to get in this process?
Councilmember Shaw.
Well, so I just want to bring up what happened at the beginning of our meeting, which is that we've been talking about two-way conversions for a long, long time. We have new council members all the time. And so it changes at this level. And so that's where my discomfort lies, is that I have full faith that exactly what you're saying is correct, that you sat down and they're negotiating with us in good faith. I want to be a good partner. We could have 3 new people in there, though, that disagree. I know you're shaking your head, but that could happen in the future. And so I'm just trying to say, how do we put ourselves in a position so that we get 3 new commissioners or whatever, and we're not left holding the bag? So I'm much more comfortable with what Councilmember Aspenleiter proposed, that, because I look at this and that's my concern, is like, what does finished mean? So I think if we could put some language in there while leaving it open, that we're not trying to micromanage it, we're not trying to put an exact number on there, but there's some acknowledgement that this is going to also be bed space. that it's not just finished space. That's where I think my concern is.
Okay, I'm hearing that Councilmember Shaw likes that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Boyette?
if I can kind of redirect that question to the blocking and tackling side of how would we do that to Chris and Gina, how would we functionally, in this agreement as it's written, can we send it over as the agreement with an addendum to be acknowledged, or the agreement is null and void? I mean, is there a way from a blocking and tackling standpoint to handle that?
I'm assuming there's a legal way, Gina, but I also kind of scratching my head, like, if the agreement is within days or weeks of being right, why would you addendum it? Why wouldn't you just change the language in it to get it the way it needs to be? So I think you're asking a technical question. Can what you're suggesting be done? You agree to this and then send us to immediately negotiate an addendum referencing either bed count is all you've talked about. In my mind, maybe one of your questions is more tied to $2.7 million. Are we actually going to find out in the end we paid for 70% of a facility versus what we thought we were paying for was less than 50% of a facility?
Gina, you want to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I would just say, you use the word addendum, but if council doesn't approve this, then it wouldn't be an addendum. We would just go back to the drawing board and try to renegotiate some terms. I fear, based on the letter I'm reading and the conversations we've had, that they're going to be unable to commit to a specific number because they just don't have a finalized design, and they've made that clear in their letter. Perhaps they would agree to a range, but I'm getting the impression from the conversations we've had and the letter that they will not agree to a specific number. And a lot of that is, I agree with Councilmember Owen that they're sort of reaching out, asking for this partnership, wanting some level of trust here. They certainly have the same interests that the city council has in public safety. They want to build as many beds as they can. I guess I would say, as just an idea throwing out that I haven't really thought through, but if council does not approve this and does want to just maybe postpone it till the next meeting, we could attempt to have a conversation with them and perhaps ask for a financial commitment from them that they are agreeing to contribute a certain amount. What that would be, I don't know, if that's $5 million or something, so that we are not contributing, so that you're assured that you're not contributing the majority to this facility. I don't know if that's something that would satisfy council, but it's just throwing an idea out there.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose the simple option here is we either approve it or we just don't not approve it. We just put it off for 2 weeks and we go and we try to clarify this language and only this language, because I'm not hearing anything else, to require a more fully developed commitment of a more fully developed second floor. Those seem to be the two options. What's before us is the approval option. That's the motion. Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Gina, you're our attorney. Would you recommend signing this document or not signing this document based on what you've read? I know this is not a fun question for you, but if anything goes south, we're going to come back to you as our attorney.
Right. It's not a fun question because this is a little bit different situation than many of the agreements that I am asked to look at and recommend to you, because this is a partnership with our county here in considering public safety. It does have some vagueness to it. There are things, I'm not going to disagree with any of you on either side. I think you all have very good points. The letter that they've sent, I think, clarifies their intention. the agreement itself very clearly says that this is the entire agreement and no oral or written prior representations are included here. So anything that was discussed previously is not part of this agreement. So they are, I mean, the request is kind of to take a leap of faith here and trust that they are going to do what they are saying they're going to do. They just simply don't have the design yet. So if it came to a conversation about city council not wanting to make additional payments because some were unhappy with the way things were, the way the construction was going, that would be another conversation we would have to have. Because you can't, I don't believe that you can rely on the city's prior letter of saying we want 96 beds because they are clearly saying we're not going to specify a number of beds until we have a design finalized. So you can't rely on that as far as I'm concerned. So this is whether, if I'm going to recommend it under these circumstances, I would recommend it, even though there are some problems with it. I'm not going to deny that, but I think the county has the good intentions that they say that they have and that they want to build as many beds as they can. But they can't put it in writing.
Okay. Council, the hour is getting late. We're getting close to needing to vote on this motion. Councilmember Dre?
Thank you. A lot of what, just sitting back and listening, a lot of what I hear is council members not being sure, a lack of trust, a lack of clarity. When that comes up in any other context, something gets tabled until we get to that point where we feel more comfortable with that vote. And granted, we were talking about our peers across the street and we represent the same people. And public safety is so very important to our community. And us having an avenue to make that better and trying to build bridges, you know, as hard as it is for her to say what she would recommend, it is as hard for me to decide if I want to vote for it. But the issues, I think that if council, this would be my gut feeling. If council is not really comfortable with this passing and it passes anyway, then at some point down the road, there's going to be a number of council members who want to pull the plug on it. And then will we really be any better off than we are right now? So, and that's a read of emotion. That's not a read of intellect or anything. That's a read of emotion. If you really don't feel comfortable and you have great amount of concerns, when the road gets bumpy, which it will be, I don't think that council will be able to stand really firmly behind this agreement. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Neese, and then I'll come back to Councilmember Kennedy.
Mayor, I think what Scott had presented, having some type of recommendation to take back and delay in a week and a no vote to postpone would probably be better, because I think, you know, as we talked, Chris identified one area, which is, you know, the difference between a city and state charge. That's not really even defined in there, that he had to define in his memo. So that's a minor issue, which I think we could probably, you know, live with. Okay, so, but that's one issue that this MOU doesn't really clearly address. I gave up on the 10-bed issue. We can forget about that one. The other is, you know, is again, the preliminary design, simply by saying in this thing, see attached, and what that preliminary design was, would be enough for me to say, yeah, that's okay, as long as they don't deviate, and if you want to say deviate 80, 90% from that, and the number of beds, that's fine with me, because I think that's close enough, and it gives them the ability to what we can expect, to have 70, 80 beds, and they can maybe build a whole 96, something like that. And the other is, what Chris also mentioned that we've talked a lot about is, you know, what our financial share is in case they don't build it out to the preliminary design. I mean, this agreement doesn't authorize us to withhold the funds as much as I hear other people saying it does. I don't think it does. And if we were to challenge it, again, the document we're seeing tonight and the night that we would approve it, that we're given by the city, it has only 35 beds and along with the letter that says only 35 beds. So I don't think we have a leg to stand on, but that's I think we would have a better leg if at least the attachment showing the 96 beds were included in the document. Exhibit A. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kennedy?
Mayor, I call the question.
Okay, so we will now vote on whether to vote. It's not debatable. So I don't think, Gina, I'm sorry, Gina, we don't need a second for, or we do need a second for when somebody calls the question that we do need the second. Okay. Is there a second? I'm not hearing a second, so we'll continue the discussion. Councilmember Aspenleiter.
I think we're ready to vote.
Okay. What? Councilmember Ripsis?
Since I think there are several of us that would appreciate this, I would put a substitute motion on the table just to defer for one business session to see if there's any way to clear up this ambiguity that would be acceptable to everybody. I don't want to put a future council in the position of having to decide whether or not the contract was acceptable or not. So if there's a second on that, then that'd be fine.
I would second that.
Point of order.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in order or not. Is Councilmember Kennedy, that's your point, that we just have to proceed? So a substitute motion, I think, is out of order once the question has been called, if there was a second.
But I didn't think there was a second on that.
But I didn't think there was a second.
Right.
So I think that's the point. Yeah, that's right. There wasn't a second. So now we do have a substitute motion just to delay this by 2 weeks, and that's debatable. So question, or Councilmember Owen.
I guess the thing that I would throw out is sort of maybe try to state more clearly what I said before is what would satisfy people? Because I have heard from many, many council members that the idea of asking staff to delay and come back without giving clear guidance as to what we want them to come back with is not useful. So I don't think we're going to get a number of beds because they don't know, not because they don't intend to, but because they don't know right now. And I would not want us to engender bad faith by trying to negotiate something that is not attainable. So I need to hear, I think Chris and Gina will need to hear what makes people happy. Because to get to a point that people will trust, if we can't trust this, we should be more specific.
Councilmember Owen, let me just offer, if we said something, again, this being focused only on this issue of a second finished floor, that they are committing to build a second finished floor with an approximate bed capacity similar to diagram X.
So
would that satisfy you?
Well,
because that would satisfy me.
Here's my concern. So this is my hypothetical scenario concern. They have said that they want to do 90 or more beds. So if we say, okay, fine, but you gotta promise us at least 70, if they come back and say, okay, well, we can only do 75, I think we're still gonna be mad. I think we're still gonna say, couldn't they have maybe squeezed in a few more beds? And I think we're gonna end up arguing about future appropriations. So that would be my only concern, is what makes us feel better.
Is anybody gonna feel bad if we got roughly double of this? Is anybody unhappy if we get roughly double of this? I'm not hearing anybody say they're unhappy if you get at least, roughly, using words like approximate and roughly, double of this. So I don't know if that makes you feel better, Councilor Rowan, and
Yeah,
none of us know in the future.
Right, no, again, I'm fine with where we are today. I think we should vote right now, what we have today, and let members decide how they feel. But what I don't want to do is delay and end up right back where we are now. If we can't come up with language that would make us comfortable, I think we should just vote.
Okay, so that's the motion has been made by Councilmember Rupsis and seconded by Councilmember Neese, I believe, to delay it. I guess my concern is if we proceed with the vote, although I'm inclined to vote in favor of the motion, we lose either way, right? It either fails, and that's looks really bad on the front page of the paper, or it very narrowly passes, and then we have some degree of legal risk, and that also doesn't look very good, where if we more or less unanimously put it off for 2 weeks and come back and we can approve it with new language unanimously, that sends a positive message. That would be the pitch, I guess. But I'm interested in other people. This is the issue that's before you. Councilmember Aspenleiter, you don't have your hand up, but what do you think?
I mean, to be honest with you, at this point, I don't really care. I mean, we're beating this to death, and nobody's making any new points and new discussion. So if we're gonna table this until the next business meeting, then I think the best ambiguous language would be to modify the agreement that says that a finished second floor is going to match in capacity to a finished first floor. And that doesn't tie it to a bed count. That doesn't tie it to anything. I think Councilwoman Owen is correct that regardless, whatever they build, there's still going to be angst, and we're going to armchair quarterback that. And at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. I mean, we're not here to build that facility. We're here to partner with them to get our cops some beds to put bad guys in to make our community safer. And we can argue about one bed or two beds, or is that enough or is that not enough, or how much risk are we taking? But at the end of the day, what are we actually doing? We're not doing anything here tonight. We're not doing anything, only to feel good about ourselves. And forgetting about the fact that we have a community that is not getting safer by the minute.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. When we first started this discussion with the county, we wanted one floor. They're the ones that came back and said, no, we need 2 floors to maximize the facility because it's more cost effective to build 2 floors and build it out. And we were kind of put back, well, no, we don't want to do that. Well, but that was their idea, not ours, to build a second floor with capacity. I mean, I think we should just vote. I truly do.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wish they hadn't added that one sentence in this letter. We anticipate there will be at least 35 beds available on one floor. A lawyer wrote that, I predict. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Rupsis.
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, if they want to build one floor, I'm fine with that, but that's cut the money in half. This document doesn't say anything about that. We'll end up paying $2.7 million, $5 million for a one-floor facility, and so until that's clarified what we're actually getting, I can't imagine anyone would give someone $2.75 million to go out and say, build me this facility without any plans or anything like that, and we're just, yes, I understand there's good faith. We have worked in good faith with the county in the past with lots of different things. Some of the new council members don't realize what the city has done with good faith as far as approving things within the TED district and stuff like that. So there's been a lot of good faith in the city. And we've had really, over the last several years, lots of good faith with the city, but with the county. And so I think that we are having good faith. We're putting a lot of money forward now, and I think this is not too much asking them to clarify this document. So it's money, well-spent money that our citizens are paying to get this facility.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rupsis, and Councilor, we should move to a vote. Councilor Rupsis, you're good? Okay. All right, Councilor
I'm sorry, I just want to add one more thing, which is, I think the reason why it feels like we're beating a dead horse is because I don't want to have to think about this again. I want to approve this and be done with it. I don't want to return, and so that's why I'm concerned about it. I want my concerns heard now, and I don't want to bring it up again during the life of this.
Okay, so the Councilmember Rips's motion, second by Councilmember Neese, is to delay this for 2 weeks while staff works on this issue. Have I stated the motion correctly? That's all it is, just delay this for 2 weeks. And that will be the only issue staff will work on, is the clarification of the development of that second floor to get some sort of assurance that it will be, if this passes, if the motion passes, that it'll be finished with roughly a similar capacity as the first floor. It's my understanding. Okay, ready to vote? If in favor of the motion for the 2-week delay, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Nay. So we'll do it by hand count. If in favor of the 2-week delay, raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Shaw, Gulick, Neese, Joy, Cole, and Rupsis. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Councilmember Owen, Kennedy, Aspenlighter, Tidswell, and Boyette. So the motion passed 6-5. I count right? Okay. Okay. Well, that's what we're doing, but stay tuned. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Anything else on that issue? I don't think so. Or Councilmember Boyette?
Can I recommend that Council Member Owen and myself, because we've been part of this thing, be part of the whatever it is to go ask?
No objection to that, right? Also at the council, or the commissioners' meeting is tomorrow morning, right? I think it'd be good to have a bit of a delegation go and just explain the reason for this delay. We just want to clarify that one issue, and hopefully they'll say, yeah, no problem. But Chris, you wanted to add to that?
Here's my first thought. I mean, I looked at my calendar. I will absolutely prioritize tomorrow morning walking to the county commissioner's office and saying tomorrow, I mean, I've got an afternoon. I will make a window. Let's sit down and figure this out. And I need some help to do that. I think we should be careful to show up at the county commission meeting and start trying to explain something in a public meeting. So in all due respect, I'd stay away from that. I think we show urgency because we do want to get this resolved. And though I'll put Gina with me. Gina and I's idea of the money piece of this didn't seem to get any traction with you guys. I think there is some traction. I think that might be a way where there's not a bed count, but I think some of you will feel burned if what we learn in the end is that we paid for 70% of some facility or 60%, whereas I think we trust they're not going to Taj Mahal this just to spend money to burn us. I don't think anybody thinks they would do that. So you agreed to pay, they said 6 million was an estimate for a big facility, and you want to make sure the facility is big enough to meet the needs, and we're not paying for more than 50% of the facility in the end, not to exceed 2.7. I would have a conversation with them about something like that to try to bring back a solution to you guys, but that's just sharing that idea without us being able to work it through, and I wouldn't do that without the council members who were involved.
Councilor Roy?
I don't want to talk about this much more tonight, but I would just be very cautious to recognize that construction projects often run over, and the county has agreed to absorb 100% of the overages. And if we start arguing about money, they're probably going to want that a little give from us, that we would absorb some more risk. I mean, we have to remember this is a two-way trust process. And so I'd be real careful about that kind of approach, suggesting that, that we're the only ones who can get burned here.
And I would advocate for keep it simple.
Absolutely.
Really simple. And just point, we're just concerned about the sentence they added in their letter about 35 beds. Let's solve that issue. That'd be my thought on it. So, okay. Then if that does conclude that item, then that's our last of our regular items. I guess we don't have our council initiatives or public comment. Yes. Any public comment on non-agenda items? No. No council initiatives, I hope. Then we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.